Hey, I'm really glad you found your way here. This channel is still new, and every single listener means more to me than I can explain. Your support is what allows me to keep sharing the stories I genuinely love. This video was made to help you slow down, relax, and fall asleep comfortably. No rush, no pressure, just a quiet place to rest your mind. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, feel free to like and subscribe, but only if it truly feels right to you. I also love knowing where the night has carried you from. So leave a comment with where you're listening from and the time it is for you right now. It's a small thing, but it makes this feel less lonely and more connected. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, and let the world fade out for a while. Let's drift into tonight's stories together. Story 1. The Tenant at 1847, Millbrook Road. I should have known something was wrong when the landlord wouldn't meet me at the property. The ad on Craigslist had been straightforward enough. Room for rent, $300 month, utilities included. Quiet neighborhood. Must be comfortable with older homes. I'd been sleeping in my car for 2 weeks after my roommate situation fell apart. So when I called the number listed, I didn't ask many questions. The voice on the other end was an older woman, Mrs. Cheney, and she sounded kind enough. She said the house had been in her family for generations, but she lived across town now and just needed someone to occupy the space. Keep the pipes from freezing, she said. Keep an eye on things. The key will be under the 3rd flower pot on the porch, she told me. You can move in tonight if you like. First month is free if you stay through winter. Free rent. I should have known. The house sat at the end of Millbrook Road, where the pavement gave way to gravel and the streetlight stopped reaching. It was a Victorian-style structure, 3 stories tall, with a tower room on the northeast corner that gave it an almost Gothic silhouette against the October sky. The paint was peeling in long strips, revealing older layers underneath. White, then yellow, then a sickly green. Most of the windows on the upper floors were dark, but I could see curtains moving in a few of them, probably from the wind coming through broken seals. I found the key exactly where Mrs. Cheney said it would be. It was old, made of brass that had tarnished to almost black, and it felt heavier than a key should feel. The lock resisted at first, then gave way with a click that echoed through the empty porch. The smell hit me as soon as I opened the door. It wasn't quite rot, but something adjacent to it. The smell of a place that had been closed up for too long, where the air had gone stale and thick. I fumbled for a light switch and found one just inside the entrance. The chandelier above me flickered to life, casting uneven light across a foyer that looked like it hadn't been updated since 1950. The wallpaper was a pattern of faded roses peeling at the seams. The hardwood floor was scuffed and dull, and there were rectangles of darker wood where furniture had once stood. A staircase curved up to the right, disappearing into shadow. To the left was a doorway leading to what looked like a sitting room, and straight ahead was a narrow hallway extending toward the back of the house. "Hello?" I called out, my voice swallowed by the space. Mrs. Cheney had said the house was empty, but I needed to be sure. The silence that followed was absolute. I brought in my 2 duffel bags from the car and locked the door behind me. Mrs. Cheney had texted me earlier with instructions. My room was on the second floor, third door on the right. The kitchen was functional. The bathroom worked. Stay out of the basement and the tower room. Both were structurally unsound. The stairs creaked under my weight, each step announcing my presence to the empty house. The second-floor hallway was long and lined with doors, all of them closed, except for one at the far end, which stood slightly ajar. I counted doors as I walked, 1, 2, 3 on the right. My room. I pushed the door open and reached for the light switch. The overhead bulb was dim, but it was enough to see that the room was small and simply furnished. A twin bed with a bare mattress, a wooden dresser with a cracked mirror, and a single window that looked out over the backyard. The wallpaper here was different, a pattern of small blue flowers that might have been cheerful once, but now just looked faded and sad. I dropped my bags on the floor and sat on the bed. The springs groaned. Through the window, I could see the backyard stretching into darkness, and beyond that, a line of trees that seemed to go on forever. No neighboring houses, no lights, except for the weak glow from my room. I should have felt relieved to have a roof over my head, but instead I felt a creeping unease that I couldn't quite name. The house was too quiet, too still. It felt less like a home and more like something holding its breath. That first night, I didn't hear anything unusual. I set up my sleeping bag on the mattress, I'd buy sheets later, and lay in the darkness, listening to the ordinary sounds of an old house. The ticking of cooling pipes, the settling of floorboards, the wind pushing against the windows. I told myself that this was fine, that $300 a month in this neighborhood was a steal, even if the house was old and creepy. I'd been in worse situations. I almost believed it. The next morning, I woke to sunlight streaming through the window and the sound of birds outside. In the daylight, the house seemed less ominous, just old and neglected. I explored a bit more thoroughly, finding the kitchen at the back of the first floor, a cramped space with appliances from the 1970s that somehow still worked, and a bathroom on the second floor that had rust stains in the tub, but functional plumbing. I kept away from the basement door, which was in the kitchen and had been nailed shut with 2x4s, and I didn't venture up to the third floor where the tower room was. Mrs. Cheney had left some basic supplies in the kitchen: coffee, bread, peanut butter. There was a note on the counter in spidery handwriting. "Welcome. Please call if you need anything. The fuse box is in the hallway closet if the power goes out. Don't go into the basement. MC." I made coffee in a percolator that looked like it belonged in a museum and sat at the kitchen table, looking out the window at the overgrown backyard. I should have felt better in the daylight, but the unease from the night before hadn't entirely lifted. Something about the house felt wrong, like walking into a room right after an argument has ended. You can't see what happened, but you can feel the residue of it in the air. I spent the day job hunting online and trying to make my room more livable. I bought sheets at a thrift store along with a lamp and some towels. When I returned to the house in the late afternoon, I noticed for the first time that there were scratches on the inside of my bedroom door, long, deep gouges in the wood like something had been trying to get out or in. That night, I heard the first sound. It was around 2 a.m. when I woke to the noise. At first, I thought it was part of a dream, a rhythmic thumping, like someone walking heavily on the floor above me. But as I lay there in the darkness, the sound continued, steady and deliberate. Step, 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 moving from one end of the third floor to the other. I held my breath and listened. The footsteps, and they were definitely footsteps, reached the end of the hallway above me, paused, and then started back the other way. Step, step, step. The same measured pace, the same route. My rational mind offered explanations. Old houses settle, pipes expand and contract, animals get into attics. But these sounds were too regular, too purposeful. They sounded exactly like someone pacing back and forth above my head. After 10 minutes, the footsteps stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse than the noise. I lay awake for hours, staring at the ceiling, waiting for the sound to start again. It didn't. In the morning, I convinced myself I'd imagined it. Stress and exhaustion could do strange things to perception. I'd been sleeping in my car for weeks. Of course, my first night in a real bed would be restless. I didn't think about the footsteps as I made breakfast. I didn't think about them as I sent out job applications. But that night, they came again. 2 a.m., almost to the minute. The same pacing, the same route, step, step, step. From one end of the third floor to the other and back again. This time, I got out of bed. I opened my door slowly, careful to keep it from creaking, and looked down the dark hallway. The footsteps continued above me, and now I could hear something else beneath them. A dragging sound, like something heavy being pulled across the floor. The sounds moved directly over my head, then continued down the hallway above me toward the front of the house. I thought about going upstairs. I even put my hand on the banister, but something stopped me. An instinct, a whisper of self-preservation that said, investigating strange noises in a creepy old house at 2 a.m. was exactly how people got hurt in situations like this. Instead, I went back to my room, closed the door, and put in earbuds. I played white noise until the battery died, and then I just lay there listening to the pacing above me until it finally stopped around 4 a.m. The next morning, I called Mrs. Cheney. "Is anyone else living in this house?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual. There was a long pause on the other end of the line. "No, dear, it's just you. Why do you ask?" "I've been hearing noises at night. Footsteps on the third floor." Another pause, longer this time. "Old houses make all sorts of sounds, especially in the fall when the temperature changes. The wood expands and contracts. It can sound just like footsteps." "This sounds exactly like footsteps, like someone walking back and forth." "I assure you, there's no one else in the house." Her voice had taken on a sharp edge. "Are you having second thoughts about the rental?" I should have said yes. I should have told her I'd be out by the weekend. But I thought about my empty bank account, about sleeping in my car again, about the coming winter. "No," I heard myself say. "I'm sure you're right. Old houses. I'll get used to it." "Good. I'm glad we have an understanding." She hung up before I could say anything else. I spent that day researching the house. The internet connection was spotty. The router was ancient and kept dropping signal, but I managed to find some information. 1847. Millbrook Road had been built in 1891 by a doctor named Edmund Fairfax. He'd lived there with his wife and 3 children until 1904, when there had been some kind of tragedy. The records were vague, but I found a newspaper article from that year with the headline, prominent physician's family dies in mysterious circumstances. The article itself was behind a paywall I couldn't afford to bypass, but the preview text mentioned unexplained deaths and an investigation closed without conclusion. After 1904, the house had changed hands multiple times, never staying with one family for more than a few years. Mrs. Cheney's family had owned it since the 1950s, but according to county records, no one had actually lived in it since 1987. I should have left right then. I should have packed my bags and found somewhere else to go. But where? The women's shelter was full. I had no friends in the city. My family had made it clear I wasn't welcome back home. So I stayed, telling myself that footsteps weren't the worst thing that could happen. At least I had a roof over my head. At least I was warm. That night, the footsteps came again at 2 a.m. But this time, they were accompanied by something new. A sound like fingernails scraping against wood coming from inside the walls of my room. Slow, deliberate scraping as if something were trying to claw its way through the plaster. I turned on every light in my room and sat on the bed with my back against the wall, watching the door. The scraping continued for nearly an hour, moving around the room, first near the window, then by the closet, then right above my head. The footsteps upstairs kept their steady rhythm, pacing back and forth, back and forth. At some point, I must have fallen asleep, because I woke to morning sunlight and silence. When I examined the walls, I found fresh scratches in the paint near the ceiling, long gouges that definitely hadn't been there the day before. I stopped sleeping at night. Instead, I napped during the day when the house was quiet, and I spent the nighttime hours sitting in my room with all the lights on, my laptop playing videos or music, anything to cover the sounds. The footsteps came every night like clockwork. The scraping in the walls grew more aggressive, and I started noticing other things. Doors that I'd left open would be closed when I came back upstairs. The temperature in certain rooms would drop suddenly, my breath fogging in the air, even though it was warm everywhere else. I'd catch movement in my peripheral vision, a shadow passing across a doorway, a curtain swaying in a room where all the windows were closed. Once, I came downstairs to find all the kitchen cabinets standing open, their contents rearranged in neat rows on the counter. I called Mrs. Cheney again and told her I was hearing and seeing things that couldn't be explained by an old house settling. She listened in silence, and when I finished, she sighed. "I had hoped you wouldn't notice," she said quietly. "Notice what?" "The house has a history. You've done your research, I assume. The Fairfax family? What happened to them?" Dr. Fairfax conducted experiments, medical experiments, in the tower room in the basement. Not all of his patients were willing participants. When his wife discovered what he was doing, she confronted him. There was an altercation. The children were caught in the middle. She paused. Everyone in the house died that night except for Dr. Fairfax. He lived long enough to nail the basement door shut and seal the tower room before succumbing to his injuries in the foyer. I felt cold all over. You knew the house was haunted, and you rented it to me anyway. I needed someone to stay there. The house can't be left empty. Things are worse when it's empty. What things? The house remembers what happened in it. It holds on to that pain, that violence. When someone lives there, it focuses on them. It's contained. When the house is empty, the activity spreads to the neighboring properties. People started complaining. I had no choice. So you used me as bait? My voice was shaking. You lured me here to take the heat so your neighbors wouldn't complain? I'm offering you free rent. I gave you fair warning. I told you to stay out of certain rooms. If you follow the rules, you'll be fine. Previous tenants have managed. How many previous tenants? She didn't answer right away. Just follow the rules. Don't go into the basement. Don't go into the tower room. Don't engage with anything you see or hear. The house can't hurt you if you don't give it permission. That's insane. Perhaps. But you don't have anywhere else to go, do you? Her voice was gentle but firm. Stay until spring. By then you'll have saved enough money to find something else. Just 6 months. You can endure 6 months. She hung up before I could respond. I should have left that very moment. I should have gotten in my car and driven away, slept in parking lots, figured something out. But she was right. I had nowhere to go. And some part of me, the part that had learned to endure bad situations because the alternative was always worse, started rationalizing. It was just sounds, just shadows and cold spots and rearranged objects. Creepy, yes, but I'd dealt with worse. I'd lived with an abusive boyfriend who put me in the hospital. I'd survived homelessness. I could survive a haunted house. So I stayed. The nights grew longer and the activity intensified. The footsteps upstairs became more frequent, sometimes pacing for hours without stopping. The scraping in the walls happened every night now, sometimes so loud and aggressive that I worried the walls would split open. Objects in my room would move when I wasn't looking. My phone would be on the dresser when I knew I'd left it on the bed. My clothes would be pulled out of my duffel bag and folded neatly on the floor. I started finding things. Small things at first. Old buttons, rusted nails, fragments of glass. They'd appear on my windowsill, arranged in patterns I couldn't decipher. Then I found a child's doll under my bed, its porcelain face cracked and one eye missing. I threw it in the trash, but the next morning it was back under my bed, in the exact same position. The worst part was the feeling of being watched. It was constant now, a prickling at the back of my neck that never went away. I could feel eyes on me when I showered, when I changed clothes, when I tried to sleep. Sometimes I'd turn around quickly, trying to catch whatever was watching me, but there was never anything there, just empty rooms and shadows and that pervasive sense of wrongness. 3 weeks into my stay, I woke in the middle of the night to find someone standing in the corner of my room. It was a woman, or the shape of a woman. She was translucent, like fog given human form, and she wore a long dress that might have been white once, but looked gray in the darkness. Her face was turned toward the wall, and her hands were raised as if she were clawing at something. As I watched, frozen in terror, she scraped her fingernails down the wall, creating the same sound I'd been hearing every night. Long, deliberate scrapes that left no marks but made my teeth ache. She didn't turn around. She just kept scraping over and over, her movements mechanical and repetitive. I wanted to scream, to run, to do anything, but I couldn't move. I could barely breathe. I just lay there, watching her, until she finally faded away as the first light of dawn touched the window. I spent the next day in a coffee shop, unable to be in the house. I knew I should leave, pack up, and go, but the truth was I had less than $200 in my bank account and nowhere else to turn. Mrs. Cheney was right. I needed time to save money to get back on my feet. And as terrifying as the house was, it hadn't actually hurt me. It was all just phenomena, just manifestations of whatever was trapped in that place. That night, I tried to stay awake, but exhaustion won out around 1 a.m. I woke to the sound of footsteps, but they weren't coming from upstairs this time. They were coming from the hallway outside my door. Step, step, step. Slow and measured. They stopped right outside my room. I stared at the door, watching the gap at the bottom, and saw a shadow move across it, blocking out the faint light from the hallway. The doorknob began to turn, slowly, the old brass creaking. I'd locked the door. I always locked the door. But the lock was just a simple push button on the knob, and I watched in horror as it slowly turned clockwise until it clicked open. The door began to swing inward, inch by inch, revealing the dark hallway beyond. Nothing was there. The hallway was empty. But the doorknob continued to turn, and the door continued to open, and I knew with absolute certainty that something was coming into my room. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight, shining it at the doorway. The door stopped moving. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then I heard breathing, slow, raspy breathing that definitely wasn't mine. It was coming from the doorway, from the empty space where nothing visible stood. "Get out," I whispered, my voice shaking. "This is my room. Get out." The breathing stopped. The door slammed shut so hard that the whole frame shook, and I heard the lock click back into place. Then the footsteps resumed, receding down the hallway, down the stairs, until they faded into silence. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. When morning came, I found scratches on the outside of my door, the same deep gouges that were on the inside, as if something had been trying to claw its way in after I'd told it to leave. Mrs. Cheney's words echoed in my head. "The house can't hurt you if you don't give it permission." I had told it to get out. I had engaged with it, and now it knew I could see it, hear it, sense it. The activity became more aggressive after that. Objects didn't just move anymore. They flew across rooms. I'd be sitting on my bed, and a book would sail past my head and hit the wall. The dresser drawers would slam open and shut on their own. The scratching in the walls became constant, no longer confined to nighttime. I'd hear it during the day surrounding me, like dozens of hands clawing at the plaster from the inside. The apparitions became more frequent, too. I'd see the woman in the gray dress in different parts of the house, always with her back to me, always clawing at walls or doors. Sometimes I'd see children, too, fleeting shadows that darted around corners, accompanied by the sound of footsteps too light to be adult. Once, I saw a tall figure in a dark coat standing at the end of the hallway watching me. When I blinked, he was gone. I tried to follow Mrs. Cheney's rules. I didn't go into the basement. The nailed-shut door made that impossible anyway. I didn't go up to the third floor, even though the pacing continued every night, even though I was desperately curious about the tower room. I tried not to engage, tried to ignore the phenomena, but it was getting harder and harder. A month in, I got a job at a grocery store stocking shelves on the night shift. It meant being away from the house from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., which should have been a relief, but instead it filled me with dread. The house didn't like being empty. I'd come home in the morning to find furniture moved, pictures pulled off walls, my belongings scattered across every room like someone had been searching for something. One morning, I came home to find that every mirror in the house had been shattered. The bathroom mirror, the mirror in my room, even the decorative mirrors in the hallway, all broken, their glass scattered across the floor. But when I looked closer, I realized the glass had been arranged. It formed words, the fragments carefully placed to spell out, "Get out." I called Mrs. Cheney and told her I was leaving. "You can't," she said simply. "You signed a lease." There was no lease. This was an informal arrangement. "You agreed to stay until spring. We have a verbal contract." "I don't care about contracts. This place is dangerous." "It's only dangerous if you make it dangerous. You're not following the rules." "I am following the rules." "Then why is the activity increasing?" Her voice was cold now. "You must be doing something to provoke it, going where you shouldn't go, engaging when you shouldn't engage." "I haven't done anything." "Then you have nothing to worry about. Clean up the glass and continue as you were. You have nowhere else to go." She was right, and we both knew it. I hung up and spent the next hour cleaning up broken glass, trying not to look at my fractured reflection in the fragments. That night at work, I couldn't stop thinking about the house, about Mrs. Cheney's insistence that I was provoking the activity, about the tower room in the basement, the two places I was forbidden to go. What was in those rooms? What was she hiding? When I got home at dawn, I stood in the foyer and looked up the staircase. The door to the third floor was at the top of the stairs, and I'd never tried to open it. Mrs. Cheney said it led to the tower room, said it was structurally unsound, but what if that was a lie? What if the answer to everything was up there? I climbed the stairs slowly, my heart pounding. The house was quiet around me, but it felt like it was listening, waiting to see what I would do. When I reached the third floor door, I found it locked. Not with a modern lock, but with an old padlock that looked like it had been there for decades. I went back downstairs and searched the kitchen drawers until I found a hammer. Then I returned to the third floor door and broke the padlock with 3 hard strikes. The sound echoed through the house like a gunshot, and for a moment everything went absolutely still. Then the temperature dropped so suddenly that I could see my breath. The lights flickered, and from somewhere deep in the house I heard a sound like a long, slow exhale. I pushed the door open. The staircase beyond was narrow and steep, disappearing up into darkness. The smell that wafted down was overwhelming, rot and copper, and something acrid that made my eyes water. Every instinct I had screamed at me to turn around, to close the door, to leave this place and never come back. But I needed to know. I needed to understand what I was living with. I turned on my phone flashlight and climbed the stairs. The tower room was smaller than I expected, circular with windows on all sides, but the windows had been painted over from the inside with something dark and thick, blocking out all natural light. My flashlight beam swept across the space, and I wished immediately that I'd listened to my instincts and stayed downstairs. The room was full of old medical equipment, an examination table, cabinets full of rusted instruments, jars containing things I didn't want to look at too closely. The walls were covered in writing, thousands of words scratched directly into the plaster. Observations, dates, descriptions of procedures. Dr. Fairfax's research notes, preserved for more than a century. But it was the corner of the room that made my stomach turn. There were shackles bolted to the wall, and below them old dark stains on the floor, and covering every surface were scratches, deep gouges in the wood and plaster, layer upon layer of them, as if someone had spent hours, days, years trying to claw their way out. I heard the breathing again right behind me. I spun around, but nothing was there. The breathing grew louder, coming from all around me now, and underneath it I could hear whispers, dozens of voices all speaking at once in words I couldn't quite make out. The air in the room began to shimmer, and I saw them. Not one ghost, not two, but dozens. They appeared like photographs developing, growing more solid by the second. Men, women, children, all of them bearing the marks of violence, of suffering. They stared at me with hollow eyes, and I understood with sudden, terrible clarity that these weren't the Fairfax family. These were Dr. Fairfax's victims, the people he'd brought to this room, the ones whose deaths had gone uninvestigated and unrecorded. They moved toward me as one, their mouths opening in silent screams, their hands reaching out. I stumbled backward, dropping my phone, plunging the room into darkness except for the ghostly light emanating from the apparitions themselves. I felt cold hands grabbing at me, pulling at my clothes, my hair, my skin. The whispers grew into a deafening roar, and I could finally make out what they were saying. Join us. Stay. Don't leave us alone. Join us. I screamed and ran, shoving through the mass of bodies that felt both solid and insubstantial at the same time. I threw myself down the stairs, tripping and stumbling, feeling those cold hands still grasping at me. I made it to the second floor and slammed the door behind me, but I could hear them on the other side, scratching, moaning, trying to get through. I ran to my room and grabbed my bags, throwing in anything I could reach. I didn't care about leaving things behind. I didn't care about having nowhere to go. I had to get out of this house before it killed me, or worse, before it made me one of those tortured spirits trapped forever in this place. I was halfway down the stairs to the first floor when the lights went out, all of them simultaneously, plunging the house into absolute darkness. I froze, clutching the railing, my bags heavy on my shoulder. In the darkness, I could hear movement all around me, footsteps, breathing, the rustle of fabric, the scrape of fingernails on wood. A voice spoke in the darkness, clearer than all the others. It was a man's voice, cold and clinical. You shouldn't have opened that door. They've been waiting so long for someone to set them free. A light appeared at the top of the stairs. Not electric light, but a soft, ghostly glow. In it, I could see the figure from the hallway, the tall man in the dark coat. His face was partially obscured, but I could make out enough to see that he was smiling. "You've given them permission now," he said. "By opening that door, by acknowledging their existence, you've given them a way out. They'll follow you wherever you go now, unless what?" I asked, hating how my voice shook. "Unless you take their place. Stay here. Become the new keeper of this house. Let them move on while you remain." "You're insane." "I'm practical. Someone must stay. The house requires it. If you leave, they'll follow you, and the violence that happened in this place will follow them. They're angry, you see. They've been trapped here for so long, and now they have a chance to be free. But they don't understand freedom anymore. They only understand pain and rage. Wherever they go, suffering will follow. The ghostly light began to descend the stairs toward me, and with it came all the others. The victims from the tower room, the woman in gray, the children, all of them moving as one mass of translucent figures. They flowed down the stairs like water, surrounding me, their hands reaching out. I did the only thing I could think of. I ran for a front door, burst through it, and didn't stop running until I reached my car. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. But I managed, and I sped away from that house like all the demons of hell were chasing me. Maybe they were. That was 3 months ago. I've been living in my car again, moving from place to place, never staying anywhere longer than a few nights. 'Cause Dr. Fairfax was right about one thing. They did follow me. I see them in reflections now, in store windows, in bathroom mirrors, in the surface of my coffee. The woman in gray is always there, still clawing at nothing. The children dart between cars and parking lots. And sometimes, late at night, I hear the pacing. Step, 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 moving across the roof of my car, up and down, never stopping. I went to a priest. He tried to perform a blessing, but the temperature in his church dropped so suddenly that frost formed on the windows, and the statue of Mary began to weep. He asked me to leave. I tried sage, salt circles, every folk remedy and internet solution I could find. Nothing works. They're attached to me now, bound to me by that moment when I opened the door and saw them, when I acknowledged their existence and gave them a way out of that room. Sometimes I think about going back to the house, about accepting Dr. Fairfax's offer, taking their place so they can finally move on, but I'm too much of a coward for that. So instead, I keep driving, keep moving, trying to stay ahead of the growing crowd of spirits that follows me everywhere I go. I haven't slept in weeks. Every time I close my eyes, I'm back in that tower room, surrounded by the marks of suffering, and I can hear their voices. Join us. Stay. Don't leave us alone. Last night, I saw something new in my rearview mirror. It was Dr. Fairfax, sitting in my back seat, watching me with that same cold smile. "You can't run forever," he said. "Eventually, you'll have to make a choice. Come back to the house, or let them turn wherever you are into the same kind of hell. The suffering has to go somewhere. It always does." I'm writing this from a rest stop somewhere in Nevada. I've been driving for 3 days straight, trying to get as far from Kansas as possible, but I know it won't matter. Distance means nothing to them. They're not bound by geography or physics. They're bound to me. I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know if there's any way to fix this, to break whatever connection I forged when I opened that door. All I know is that I should have listened to Mrs. Cheney. I should have followed the rules, and I should never, ever have been desperate enough to rent a room at 1847 Millbrook Road. If you're reading this and you ever see an ad for cheap rent in an old house, if someone tells you to stay out of certain rooms, if something feels wrong from the very beginning, trust that feeling. Leave, because some places are haunted for a reason, and some doors are locked for a reason, and once you open them, there's no going back. The sun is setting now, and I can see them gathering in the lengthening shadows around my car, more of them each day, their numbers growing as word spreads among the dead that someone finally opened the door. Soon there will be too many to count, and I don't know what will happen when they reach critical mass. I'm so tired. Maybe tonight I'll stop fighting. Maybe tonight I'll just close my eyes and let them in. At least then it would be over. Or maybe I'll start the car again and keep driving, keep running, keep hoping that somewhere out there is a solution I haven't found yet. Keep hoping that this isn't how my story ends, alone in a car, surrounded by the angry dead, paying the price for one moment of curiosity in a house that should have been left alone. The woman in gray is standing right outside my window now, her palm pressed against the glass. She's not clawing anymore. She's just watching me, waiting. They're all waiting. I should have stayed in my car that first night. I should have driven away the moment I saw that house at the end of Millbrook Road. But I was desperate, and desperation makes you do stupid things. Now I'm paying for it. Now we're all paying for it. If you ever find yourself in Kansas and you see a woman living out of her car, surrounded by shadows that don't quite match the light, that's me. Don't approach. Don't offer help. Just keep driving. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I bought a used GPS for my road trip. It keeps trying to lead me to a town that doesn't exist on any map. I drive for a living, not Uber, not Lyft. I'm a courier. I transport sensitive documents, medical samples, sometimes high-value prototypes between labs. It pays well because it requires discretion and speed. I drive a nondescript van with a reinforced chassis and a secure lockbox welded to the floor. My reliable Garmin died somewhere outside of Omaha. The screen just scrambled and went black. I was on a tight deadline, a box of tissue samples going to a research facility in Nevada, and I didn't have time to wait for shipping on a new unit. I stopped at a pawn shop in a dusty town off I-80. The place smelled of stale cigarettes and desperation. Need a GPS, I told the guy behind the counter, a man with grease under his fingernails and a wandering eye. He rummaged in a box under the counter and pulled out a unit I didn't recognize. It was heavy, encased in black rubber with no brand logo. The screen was scratched, but it powered on. $50, he grunted. Does it have updated maps? It gets you where you're going, he said with a grin that showed too much gum. I bought it. I plugged it into the van's dash. It booted up instantly. The interface was weird, minimalist, black background, green lines, no points of interest, no gas stations, just the road. I punched in the coordinates for the facility in Nevada, calculating route. It spun for a second, then displayed a route. Destination, Elysian Fields, NV via RT Siskiyou 6, Old Hawaii. Elysian Fields? I muttered. The facility was in Reno. I tried to re-enter the address. Override. The GPS voice was male. It sounded synthesized but old, like the computer voice from war games. Optimal route selected. Avoid interstate. Interstate. Compromised. Compromised? I looked at the highway. Traffic was flowing fine, but I was tired, and the old Hawaii route looked shorter on the screen. It cut diagonally across a massive stretch of desert that my phone map showed as empty BLM land. I figured, why not? I'm getting paid for speed. I took the exit. The first hour was fine. The road was paved, though cracked. The sun was setting, painting the desert in deep reds and purples. Then the sun went down, and the road changed. The pavement ended abruptly, turning into hard-packed gravel. I slowed down. GPS, I said. I talk to myself when I drive. Recalculate. Is this a road? Continue straight. 40 miles to Elysian Fields. I checked my phone. No signal, of course. I kept driving. The headlights cut through the pitch black. At mile marker 20, I saw the first hitchhiker. He was standing on the side of the road. He was wearing a suit. A nice suit, like something from the 1950s. Fedora, trench coat. He had his thumb out. I didn't stop. Company policy. Plus, it was the middle of the desert. As I passed him, the GPS spoke. Do not pick up the passengers. No kidding, I said. I looked in the rearview mirror. The man wasn't there. 5 miles later, another hitchhiker. This one was a woman. She was wearing a wedding dress. It was tattered, brown with dust. She was holding a bouquet of dead sagebrush. Thumb out. I swerved to give her space. As I passed, she turned her head. Her headlights caught her face. It was wrong. Her features were slid to the side. Her mouth was on her cheek. Her eyes were vertical. I slammed on the gas. Passenger detected in rear cargo area. The GPS voice was calm. I froze. I stared at the unit. What? Weight sensor triggered. Do not turn around. My van has a partition between the cab and the cargo area. It has a small sliding window. The window was closed. I heard a sound from the back. Scritch, scritch, like fingernails on metal. It's just the samples shifting, I told myself. It's a bumpy road. Turn left in 500 feet. I looked ahead. There was no left turn, just scrub brush and rocks. There's no road, I yelled. Turn left now. I ignored it. I kept going straight. The GPS screen flashed red. Rerouting, rerouting. You missed the turn. The van's engine sputtered. The headlights flickered. Then the engine died. I rolled to a stop in the silence of the desert. Great. Fantastic. I tried the key. Nothing. Dead battery. You have arrived. The GPS screen was glowing bright green in the dark cab. I looked out the window. I wasn't in the desert anymore. I was in a town. It had appeared out of nowhere. Or maybe I had rolled into it without noticing because the lights were off. But there were no street lights. The illumination came from the windows of the houses. The houses were suburban. 1950s-style ranch houses, perfectly manicured lawns, white picket fences. But everything was gray. The grass was gray. The paint was gray. The light coming from the windows was the color of television static. And standing on every lawn facing the street were people. They were mannequins, hundreds of them, dressed in 1950s clothes, freezing in mid-wave, mid-stride, mid-laugh. I locked the doors. GPS, I whispered, where am I? Population, 0. Occupancy, full. The sound from the back of the van got louder. Thump. Something hit the partition wall. I looked in the rearview mirror. Through the small glass window of the partition, I saw movement in the cargo hold. The lock box, the heavy steel box welded to the floor, was open. I had the only key on my ring. Something was climbing out of the box. It was small, red, wet. It looked like a skinned rabbit, but it had too many limbs. It crawled up the partition window. It pressed its wet, raw face against the glass. It didn't have eyes. It had the GPS symbol, the location pin, carved into its flesh. Open the partition, the GPS voice said. No! They want to see the driver. Outside, the mannequin started to move. It wasn't fluid motion. It was stop motion. They clicked forward 1 frame. At a time. Click, closer, click, closer. They were swarming the van. I grabbed the tire iron from under my seat. The rabbit thing in the back began to scream. It sounded like a dial-up modem connecting. The mannequins reached the van. They didn't hit the glass. They just pressed their plastic faces against it. And then they started to melt. They dissolved into gray sludge that coated the windows, blocking out the static light. I was in total darkness. "Turn right." "There is no right," I screamed. "Turn right, into the void." The partition glass behind me shattered. I didn't wait. I opened the driver's door and fell out into the gray sludge. It was cold. It burned my skin like dry ice. I scrambled to my feet. I couldn't see anything. I just ran. I ran through the gray streets of the fake town. I could hear the mannequins clicking behind me. I could hear the modem scream of the thing from the box. I saw a light ahead, a real light, yellow, warm. It was a gas station. And old Texaco. But standing under the pump was the hitchhiker in the suit. The first one I passed. He tipped his fedora. "You're late," he said. His voice was the GPS voice. "Help me." "You can't help those who go off route," he said. "Elysian Fields is a destination, not a location." He pointed to a phone booth on the corner. "Make your call, then join the census." I ran into the phone booth. I slammed the door. I picked up the receiver. There was a dial tone. I dialed 911. 911, what is your emergency? I'm in a town. It's not on the map. There are things here. Sir, calm down. What is your location? I don't know. The GPS brought me here. Sir, the operator's voice changed. It became the GPS voice. Turn around. I turned around. The phone booth was filled with the gray sludge. It was rising up to my knees, my waist, and floating in the sludge were faces, my face, dozens of copies of my face. Some were screaming, some were sleeping, some were rotting. I dropped the phone. I'm standing on the little shelf in the booth now. The sludge is at my neck. I have my phone. I'm typing this to the cloud. The GPS unit, I can see it through the sludge. It floated out of the van. The screen is flashing, recalculating. New destination found. Hell. The sludge is in my mouth. It tastes like copper and ozone. The hitchhiker is knocking on the glass. He's holding a map. He's unfolding it. It's a map of my body. He's pointing to my heart. You are here. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The concrete that never cures. I am writing this on a stack of napkins in a 24-hour laundromat in Idaho. I don't have a phone. I smashed my laptop with a tire iron 3 days ago because the cooling fan started to sound like a whisper. I am surrounded by the sound of tumbling clothes and rushing water, and it is the only thing keeping me from screaming. The white noise helps. It drowns out the settling of the building's foundation. If you are a structural engineer, a night watchman, or just a desperate person looking for quick cash on the deep web job boards, listen to me. If you see a listing for a structural monitor at the Black River Hydroelectric Project, specifically for Sector 9, do not apply. I don't care if they offer you 6 figures for a 3-month contract. I don't care if they promise to pay off your student loans in a lump sum. Do not go into the concrete. My name is Arthur. I was 30 years old, a failed architect working as a security guard at a mall, living in a studio apartment that smelled like cat piss and regret. I was drowning in debt. When I found the listing, it seemed like a lifeline. It was vague, listed under a shell company called Apex Geotechnical. Urgent. Site monitor needed for dormant infrastructure project. Remote location. 12-hour shifts. monitoring hydration levels in load-bearing concrete. $5,000 weekly. Non-disclosure agreement required. I applied. I got a call 2 hours later. The interviewer, a man named Mr. Vance, didn't ask about my security experience. He asked about my psychological history. Do you have a history of claustrophobia? No. Do you talk to yourself? No. Are you comfortable in total silence for extended periods? I prefer it, I lied. I signed the contract. 2 days later, I was on a bus heading deep into the Cascade Mountains to a place where the roads turned from asphalt to gravel, and then from gravel to mud. The site was a monster. It was an unfinished hydroelectric dam, a massive, curved wall of gray concrete wedged between two jagged mountain peaks. It looked like a tombstone for a giant. Construction had stopped in the 1990s due to funding issues, but Vance told me they were preparing to restart. They needed someone to make sure the core integrity hadn't degraded. There was a small portable building at the base of the dam. That was my home. My only contact was a voice on a shortwave radio, a supervisor named Miller, who sat in a warm office 50 miles away. Your job is simple, Art, Miller's voice crackled on the first night. Take the freight elevator to the inspection tunnels. Walk the length. Check the digital hygrometers embedded in the walls. They measure moisture content. If the number is above 15%, you log it. If it's above 20%, you radio me immediately. If it's below 5%, you log it. That's it. Why would the moisture vary? I asked. This concrete was poured 30 years ago. It should be cured by now. There was a pause on the radio, a long, static-filled silence. Just read the numbers, Art, and stay out of the unlit zones. The wiring is old. I geared up, hard hat, high visibility vest, steel-toed boots, and a heavy-duty flashlight. I took the service elevator down. It was a cage, rattling and screeching as it descended into the body of the dam. The air got colder, heavier. It smelled of wet limestone dust and something metallic, like the taste of blood in your mouth. The inspection tunnels were endless. Long, cylindrical corridors drilled right through the solid concrete. The only light came from the string of dim yellow bulbs overhead. I started my rounds. The first week was mind-numbing. I walked miles of concrete. I checked hundreds of little digital displays, 12%, 12%, 11%, 13%. It was boring. But the silence was heavy. In the dam, there was no wind, no animals, no traffic. Just the hum of the bulbs and the sound of my own breathing. But sometimes, if I stopped walking, I could hear the dam settling, crack, pop, groan. It sounded like the mountain was trying to crush the intruder in its gut. On the 9th night, the numbers changed. I was in Sector 4, a deep section near the base of the dam. The air was humid here. My flashlight beam cut through a thin mist. I checked a hygrometer. Moisture, 45%. I frowned. That wasn't possible. Concrete doesn't just gain moisture unless there's a leak. I tapped the gauge. Moisture, 48%. It was rising. I grabbed the radio. Miller, I got a reading in Sector 4. It's nearly 50%. Is there a breach in the outer wall? Are we taking on water? Static. Then Miller's voice sounded tight. No breach. The reservoir is empty, Art. There's no water on the other side. Then where is the moisture coming from? It's internal sweating, Miller said. Just log it. Do not touch the wall. I hung up the radio. I looked at the wall. It was sweating. Dark patches were forming on the gray surface, but it wasn't water. It was thick, Viscous. It looked like gray slime. It oozed out of the microscopic pores of the concrete. I stepped closer. The smell was overpowering. It didn't smell like water. It smelled like raw meat. It smelled like a slaughterhouse. I reached out to touch it, then remembered Miller's warning. I pulled my hand back. As I stared at the dark stain, it moved. It didn't drip down. It pulsed. The stain expanded and contracted like a lung taking a breath. I backed away. "Okay," I whispered. "Chemical reaction. Old sealant breaking down." I finished my rounds and got the hell out of there. But the next night, it got worse. I was in the elevator, heading down to Sector 6. The cage rattled and shook. Then, halfway down, it stopped. The lights in the elevator died. I was hanging in the pitch black, suspended in a shaft 100 feet underground. "Miller!" I yelled into the radio. "Power's out in the lift." No answer, just a rhythmic clicking sound on the frequency. Click, click, click. I pulled out my flashlight and shined it through the mesh floor of the cage. Below me, the shaft went down into darkness. But something was moving down there. I saw pale shapes. They looked like people, naked gray people, climbing up the structural beams of the shaft. They moved silently, fluidly, like they didn't have bones. I rubbed my eyes. "Hallucinations," I muttered. "Sensory deprivation." The lights flickered back on. The elevator jerked and continued down. When the doors opened at Sector 6, the hallway was different. The yellow bulbs were buzzing angrily, and the walls were wrong. The concrete wasn't flat anymore. It was bulging. Every 10 feet, there was a lump in the wall, roughly the size of a person. It looked like someone had been wrapped in a sheet and then plastered over. I walked past them, my heart hammering against my ribs. I stopped at a hygrometer. Moisture, 85%. The concrete here was soft. I could see my boot prints sinking slightly into the floor. The concrete hadn't cured. It was reverting to sludge. I walked up to one of the bulges in the wall. The sweat was pouring off it now. I shined my light on the center of the lump. There was a face. It was faint, pressed against the surface from the inside, like a face pressing against a latex sheet. I could see the outline of a nose, a mouth, closed eyes. I stumbled back, dropping my clipboard. The mouth on the wall opened. It didn't tear. The concrete just stretched. A hole formed. A sound came out. It wasn't a voice. It was the sound of grinding stones. "Dry," the wall groaned. "So, dry." I grabbed my radio. "Miller, there are people in the walls. There are bodies in the concrete." Miller's voice came back instantly, screaming, "Get out of Sector 6, Art! Get to the stairs. Do not listen to them. They are just aggregate." "Aggregate?" I yelled. "They're talking to me?" "They are part of the mix," Miller shouted. "They are the structural integrity. If you disturb them, the dam fails." I ran. I sprinted down the corridor. The floor was getting softer. It felt like running in mud. My boots sucked and squelched with every step. The bulges in the walls were writhing now. Hands pushed out against the surface, stretching the gray matter. Fingers elongated, grasping at the air. "Fluid," a chorus of grinding voices whispered. "We need fluid." I reached the stairwell door. I grabbed the handle. It was stuck. The concrete frame had shifted, pinching the door shut. I slammed my shoulder against it. Thud! It didn't budge. I looked back. The walls were melting. The concrete was flowing like lava, sliding down to the floor, forming a wave of gray sludge. And in the sludge, the figures were rising. They were half-formed, men and women made of wet cement. Their features were blurred, their limbs thick and heavy. They pulled themselves out of the walls with a wet sucking sound. One of them lunged at me. It grabbed my leg. Its hand was cold and heavy. It burned. Chemical burn. The lime in the cement was eating my pants. I kicked it in the face. My boot went right through its head with a splat. The head dissolved into slurry, but the hand held on. I grabbed the fire extinguisher from the wall bracket. I smashed the handle of the door once, twice. The latch broke. I fell into the stairwell. I slammed the door shut and wedged the extinguisher under the handle. I could hear them slamming against the door from the other side. Thud, splat, thud. I ran up the stairs. It was 40 flights to the surface. My lungs burned. My legs screamed. At flight 20, I stopped to breathe. I looked at the wall of the stairwell. There was a crack running through it. And inside the crack I saw an eye. A real human eye. Blue. Bloodshot. It was looking at me. It was embedded deep in the stone. It blinked. "Arthur," a voice whispered from the crack. "Don't leave us. We are the Foundation." I screamed and kept running. I burst out of the access door at the top of the dam. The night air hit me. It was raining. I ran to my portable cabin. I grabbed my car keys. I grabbed my bag. My radio crackled on the desk. "Art!" Miller's voice was calm now, terrifyingly calm. "You can't leave. You've been exposed." "Exposed to what?" I screamed, fumbling with the keys. "The mix," Miller said. "It's biological concrete, Art. It's an experiment. Self-healing structures. But it needs biomass to cure. It needs calcium. It needs bone. We ran out of volunteers years ago." "You're sick," I yelled. "Check your leg, Art," Miller whispered. I looked down at my leg, where the concrete thing had grabbed me. My jeans were dissolved. The skin underneath was gray. It wasn't paint. My skin was turning to stone. It was hard, rough to the touch. I couldn't feel my ankle. "It spreads," Miller said. "You're already part of the dam. Come back to the tunnels. Find a spot in the wall. It's peaceful. You'll be strong. You'll hold back the mountain." I threw the radio against the wall. It shattered. I ran to my car. I drove down the mountain road like a maniac. I felt my leg getting heavier, stiffer. I had to use my hand to lift my leg to work the clutch. I drove until I hit a town. I went to the ER. I told them I spilled industrial epoxy on my leg. They tried to scrub it off. They couldn't. The doctor touched my skin. He tapped it. It made a clink sound like ceramic. "We need to amputate," he said. "The tissue is necrotic. It's calcifying." I didn't wait for the surgery. I knew if they put me under, I wouldn't wake up. Miller would come for me, or the concrete would take the rest of me. I ran out of the hospital. That was 3 days ago. I am in this laundromat because the heat from the dryers helps. It keeps the gray patch on my leg from spreading fast. Cold makes it harden. Heat keeps it somewhat pliable. But it's spreading. It's up to my knee now. My toes are fused together. I can't move my foot. And the worst part isn't the physical change. It's the sound. I can hear the building I am in. I can hear the concrete floor of the laundromat. It's whispering to me, "Brother," the floor groans, "join us. Be stable. Be still." I can hear the walls of the strip mall. I can hear the sidewalk outside. Every piece of concrete in the world is alive. It's all connected. It's all part of the same silent suffering network. Every building you walk into is a tomb. Every sidewalk you step on is a graveyard of trapped souls screaming in slow motion. I am going to keep moving. I am going to find a cabin in the woods. Wood. I need wood. No stone, no cement. But I am typing this because I know I won't make it. My fingers are getting stiff. My skin is turning gray. If you see a new retaining wall being built, if you see a dam, if you see a fresh sidewalk being poured, don't step in the wet cement. It's not just drying, it's feeding. And if you stand still too long, it will grab you. Miller was right about one thing. The dam is strong. I can feel its weight in my mind. I can feel the mountain pushing against me. I am becoming heavy. I am becoming structural. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I bought a house that came with a set of VHS tapes in the basement, and now I wish I was blind. I am writing this from a hotel room in Nevada. I have blocked the door with the dresser. I have unplugged the television. I have covered the mirrors. I can't be around reflections anymore. Every time I see my own face, I see static behind my eyes. I see the lines of track and distortion running down my skin. If you are a collector of vintage media or just someone who likes to browse estate sales for hidden gems, stop. Do not buy the unlabeled tapes. Do not buy the ones with handwritten dates. And for the love of God, if you find a tape labeled home movie, do not watch. Listen to the warning. Burn it, smash it, bury it. Just don't put it in the VCR. My name is Kevin. I was 32, a graphic designer who worked from home. I had just bought my first house, a fixer-upper in a quiet suburb of Ohio. It was cheap, built in the 70s, with shag carpet and wood paneling. The previous owner had died, an old man named Mr. Henderson who had no family. The house was sold as is, which meant it came full of his junk. I spent the first week cleaning out the basement. It was a finished basement, dark and smelling of mildew. In the corner, there was a heavy wooden cabinet. Inside, I found a collection of VHS tapes. There were hundreds of them. Most were labeled with innocuous things like Super Bowl 85, news broadcasts, sitcoms. I figured Henderson was a hoarder who taped everything off TV. But on the bottom shelf, pushed way to the back, was a shoebox taped shut with layers of duct tape. I cut it open. Inside were 6 tapes. They were black, generic cassettes with white labels. The labels were handwritten in shaky, jagged letters. Tape 1, the window. Tape 2, the door tape. 3, the hallway tape. 4, the bedroom tape. 5, the sleeper tape. 6, the waking. I was curious. Who wouldn't be? I assumed they were just creepy home movies or maybe some weird art project. I had an old VCR TV combo unit in the garage that I hadn't thrown out yet. I brought it down to the basement, plugged it in, and popped in tape 1, the window. The screen flickered with static. Blue screen. Then the image cut in. It was grainy, low-quality footage, handheld. It was shot at night. The camera was pointed at a window from the outside. I recognized the window immediately. It was the kitchen window of my house. The camera was steady. It just filmed the window. Inside, I could see Mr. Henderson sitting at the kitchen table eating soup. He looked younger, maybe in his 50s. He was oblivious. The tape ran for an hour. Just footage of a man eating, reading the paper, washing dishes. It was boring, but unsettling. Someone had been stalking him. I ejected it and put in tape 2, the door. This one was shot from inside the house. The camera was set up on a tripod in the living room facing the front door. It was night again. The lights were off. Nothing happened for 20 minutes. Then the mail slot on the door opened. A long, thin metal rod slid through. It wiggled around, feeling for the lock. It failed. The rod retracted. Then a face appeared in the mail slot. Just an eye. A wide, unblinking eye staring into the living room. It looked around, scanning. Then the tape cut to static. I was creeped out. I should have called the police then. But I told myself this was old footage, decades old. The stalker was probably dead or in jail. I put in tape 3, the hallway. This footage was different. It wasn't static. The camera was moving. It was being held by someone walking through the house. The camera moved silently down the hallway. It paused at photos on the wall. It paused at a mirror. In the mirror, I saw the cameraman, or rather, I saw what he was wearing. He was dressed in a full-body black spandex suit, like a morph suit, but thicker. No face, no skin showing, just a black silhouette. He waved at the mirror, a slow, mocking wave. Then he walked to the basement door. He opened it. He walked down the stairs, the same stairs I had just walked down. He walked to the corner of the basement, to the wooden cabinet. He opened the cabinet. He placed a shoebox inside. The tape ended. I froze. My skin crawled. The tapes I was watching, the stalker had put them there, for Henderson to find, or for me. I looked at the cabinet in the corner. It looked ominous now in the dim basement light. I grabbed tape 4, the bedroom. My hands were shaking. I had to know. I put it in. The footage was shot from inside a closet. The shuttered doors were cracked open just an inch. Through the slat, I could see a bed. Mr. Henderson was sleeping in the bed. The camera zoomed in on his face. He was snoring softly. Then the closet door opened. The camera moved out into the room. The figure in the black suit stood over the bed. He just stood there, towering over the sleeping old man. He reached out a gloved hand. He touched Henderson's face, gently, a stroke on the cheek. Henderson stirred, but didn't wake. The figure leaned down. The camera got close to the figure's face, the smooth black fabric where a face should be. And then a sound came from the TV speakers. Breathing. Heavy, wet breathing. But it wasn't coming from the tape. It sounded like it was behind me. I spun around. The basement was empty. "Just the acoustics," I whispered. "Just the echo." I turned back to the TV. The tape had ended. I picked up tape 5, the sleeper. I hesitated. I really didn't want to watch it, but I felt a compulsion, a pull, like gravity. I pushed the tape in. The screen was black. No image, just audio. It was a recording of someone sleeping, the rhythmic in-out of breath. Then a voice whispered over the breathing, "He doesn't know I'm here. He thinks he's alone. He thinks locks keep people out. But locks are just suggestions." The voice was distorted, deep, digital. "I live in the spaces he doesn't look. I live in the crawl space. I live in the attic. I live in the walls." Then the image cut in. It was footage of the attic. My attic. I recognized the insulation and the rafters. In the corner of the attic, there was a sleeping bag, a pile of candy wrappers, a bucket. Someone had been living up there. The camera panned to a hole in the floorboards. Through the hole, light was shining. The camera lowered to the hole. I could see down into the master bedroom, directly onto the bed. The tape cut to static. I ran upstairs. I grabbed a flashlight and a ladder. I went to the hallway ceiling hatch. I pushed it open. I shined a light into the attic. It was empty, dust, insulation. But in the corner, there was a flattened area in the insulation. like someone had been lying there recently, and there were candy wrappers, fresh ones, and a small hole drilled into the floor. I looked through it. I could see my own bed, my pillows. The realization hit me like a truck. These tapes weren't just old. Some of the footage, the candy wrappers, looked modern. I ran back to the basement. I grabbed the last tape. Tape 6, The Wake-In. I had to see it. I had to know how it ended. I shoved it into the VCR. The screen flickered. It was a live feed. It wasn't a recording. It was showing the basement. It was showing me. The camera was positioned behind me in the corner of the room near the water heater. I turned around slowly. There was nothing there, just shadows. I looked back at the TV. On the screen I was turning around, but on the screen there was someone standing right behind me. The figure in the black suit. He was standing inches from my back. I spun around again, swinging my arms. "Who's there?" Empty air. I looked at the TV. On the screen, the figure was still there. He was mocking me, miming my movements. When I swung my arm, he ducked. When I yelled, he put a finger to where his lips should be. He pointed at the TV. I looked closer at the screen. The figure on the screen reached out. He reached toward the camera lens that was filming us. He grabbed the edges of the TV frame. And then the impossible happened. Hands, black, gloved hands, pushed out of the television screen. They were three-dimensional. They stretched the glass like it was liquid. They grasped the sides of the TV set. A head pushed through the glass. The smooth, black, faceless head. It was climbing out of the TV. I screamed and grabbed a heavy wooden cabinet. I shoved it over. It crashed into the TV stand. The TV shattered. Sparks flew. Smoke filled the room. The hands retracted. The figure vanished into the static of the broken tube. I ran. I grabbed my car keys and ran out of the house. I didn't lock the door. I didn't turn off the lights. I drove until I hit the state line. I stopped at this hotel. I thought I was safe. But an hour ago, I turned on the hotel TV to watch the news. The channel was fuzzy, static. Then the image cut in. It was footage of me, sleeping in the hotel bed. It must have been filmed 10 minutes ago when I dozed off. The camera angle was from the ceiling, and standing in the corner of the hotel room, barely visible in the shadows, was the figure in black. He waved. Then text appeared on the screen, white and jagged. Tape 7, The Hotel. I unplugged the TV. I smashed it, but now I hear it. From the bathroom, click, whir, the sound of a VCR rewinding, but there is no VCR in the bathroom. I'm looking at the bathroom mirror from where I'm sitting. My reflection is in the mirror. I look terrified, but behind my reflection, the shower curtain is moving. A black hand is pulling it back and holding a camcorder, recording. I have to go. I have to find a place with no screens, no mirrors, no lenses. If you find a box of tapes, don't be curious. Curiosity is the lens they use to find you. And once they find you, you become the show. End of tape. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The Night Shift at Riverside Storage. I took the job because I needed money and because nobody else wanted to work alone at a storage facility in the middle of nowhere from midnight to 8 in the morning. The pay was almost double what other security jobs offered, which should have been my first warning sign. Good money usually means there's a catch. The interview was conducted over the phone by a man named Gerald Moss, who owned Riverside Storage. He sounded tired, like someone who hadn't slept well in years, and he asked me exactly 3 questions. Could I handle being alone for 8 hours? Was I comfortable with minimal cell phone service? Did I have any conditions that might cause me to abandon my post during a shift? When I answered yes, yes, and no, he told me I was hired and to show up Saturday night at 11:45 p.m. for training. Riverside Storage sat on 20 acres of land about 15 miles outside of town, nestled in a valley where the Riverside River cut through before continuing south. The facility itself consisted of 12 long buildings arranged in 2 rows, each building containing about 40 units of various sizes. There was a small office near the entrance with a gate that was supposed to be kept closed at all times, and beyond the office, a gravel road wound between the buildings before ending in a loop at the far end of the property where the river was closest. I arrived 15 minutes early that first night, pulling up to find Gerald Moss waiting outside the office. He was in his 60s, heavy-set, with gray hair and deep shadows under his eyes that looked like bruises. He shook my hand without smiling and gestured for me to follow him into the office. The space was small and cramped, with a desk, a chair, a coffee maker, and a wall of monitors showing camera feeds from around the property. Most of the screens showed empty corridors between storage units, illuminated by fluorescent lights that gave everything a sickly yellow cast. A few cameras pointed at the parking area, the gate, and the perimeter fence. Gerald walked me through the basics quickly, his voice monotone, as if he'd given this speech 100 times before. My job was simple: stay in the office, monitor the cameras, patrol the grounds twice per shift at 2 a.m. and 5 a.m., and call the police if I saw anything suspicious. The gate would be locked, so no one should be coming or going during my shift. If someone did show up claiming to need access to their unit, I was to tell them to come back during business hours. No exceptions. "What about emergencies?" I asked. "There won't be any emergencies," he said flatly. "And if there are, you call 911 first, then you call me. You don't handle it yourself. You don't leave the office except for your patrols. You understand?" "Sure. Seems straightforward enough." He looked at me then, really looked at me, and something in his expression made me uncomfortable. "There are some other rules. Important ones. You need to follow them exactly." He handed me a laminated card with a list typed on it. I read through it quickly. 1. During your 2 a.m. patrol, stay out of Building 7. The lock on Unit 7 to 13 is broken, and the door may swing open. Do not go inside under any circumstances. 2. If you hear knocking on the office door after 1 a.m., do not answer it. No one should be on the property. 3. The camera for Building 9, rear corridor, has been malfunctioning. If you see movement on that feed, it's a glitch. Do not investigate. 4. If the lights in Building 3 go out during your shift, flip breaker number 7 in the box outside the office. Do not enter Building 3 while the lights are out. 5. You may hear sounds coming from the direction of the river. This is normal. Stay away from the riverbank. 6. If you see someone on the cameras who appears to be a child, call me immediately. Do not approach them. I looked up from the card. These rules are pretty specific. What's this about a child? "Just follow the rules," Gerald said. "Every rule is there for a reason. The last guard didn't follow them, and we had to let him go." "What did he do?" "Doesn't matter. He's gone. You're here now." He grabbed a jacket from the back of the chair and headed for the door. "You have my number. Don't call unless it's an emergency. And remember, stay in the office except for patrols and follow the rules." He left before I could ask anything else, and I heard a truck start up and drive away, leaving me alone with the hum of the fluorescent lights and the quiet static from the monitors. For the first hour, nothing happened. I sat at the desk, scrolling through my phone, even though the signal was weak, and occasionally glancing at the monitors. The camera feeds were boring, just empty hallways and closed metal doors, all of it unchanging. The only movement was from a few moths flying around the exterior lights. Around 1:30 a.m., I heard the first knock. It was distinct. 3 sharp raps on the office door. I looked up from my phone, startled, and stared at the door. The camera feed showing the area outside the office was clear. There was no one there. I stood up and walked to the door, my hand reaching for the handle, when I remembered the card. Rule number 2. If you hear knocking on the office door after 1 a.m., do not answer it. Another knock. 3 more raps, harder this time, more insistent. I looked at the monitor again. Still nothing. The parking area was empty except for my car, and the camera showed the entire space in front of the office. Whoever was knocking should have been visible. The knocking came a 3rd time, and now I could hear something else underneath it. A sound like fingernails scraping against the metal door, slow and deliberate. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. I stepped away from the door and returned to the desk, forcing myself to look at the other monitors, to focus on anything else. The scraping continued for another minute, then stopped, abruptly. When I checked the exterior camera again, there was still nothing there. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was the wind, or an animal, or something falling against the door. But the sound had been too rhythmic, too purposeful. Someone had been knocking, or something had been knocking. At 2 a.m., my phone alarm went off, reminding me it was time for the first patrol. I grabbed a heavy flashlight from the desk and a ring of keys Gerald had left, then stepped outside into the cool night air. The facility was quiet except for the distant sound of the river and the buzz of the overhead lights. I locked the office door behind me and started walking. The patrol route was simple. Walk down the main road between the 2 rows of buildings, checking that all the unit doors were secure, then loop around at the far end and come back. Gerald said it should take about 30 minutes. I walked slowly, shining my flashlight on each door as I passed. Most of them were standard roll-up doors painted orange, secured with padlocks of various sizes. Some units had additional locks, and a few had security stickers warning about alarms, though I suspected most of those were bluffs. The buildings were labeled with large numbers, 1 through 6 on the left side, 7 through 12 on the right. When I reached Building 7, I remembered the rule: stay out, especially Unit 7 to 13. I stayed on the opposite side of the road and kept walking, but I couldn't help glancing at the building as I passed. The lights inside the corridor were on, and through the gaps in the metal siding, I could see the row of unit doors stretching into the distance. One of them, I couldn't tell which, was standing slightly ajar. I kept walking. Not my problem. I wasn't supposed to go in there anyway. The far end of the facility was darker, the lights more spread out, and I could hear the river more clearly now, the sound of water moving over rocks, steady and eternal, There was a fence separating the property from the riverbank, but it was old and had gaps in places where the posts had rotted. I stayed on the road, following the loop back toward the office. That's when I saw the figure. It was standing between buildings 10 and 11, just at the edge of the light, facing away from me. At first, I thought it was a person, someone who'd somehow gotten onto the property, but something about the way it stood was wrong. Too still, too rigid. "Hey!" I called out, my voice sounding too loud in the quiet. "The facility is closed. You need to leave." The figure didn't move, didn't turn around, didn't acknowledge me at all. I started walking toward it, my hand tightening around the flashlight. As I got closer, I could see more details. It was tall, maybe 6.5 feet, and wearing what looked like a long coat or cloak. But I still couldn't see any features, just a dark silhouette against the slightly less dark building behind it. I was about 20 feet away when it moved. Not walked. Moved. One moment it was standing there, and the next it was gone, as if it had simply ceased to exist. I stopped in my tracks, my heart hammering, and swept my flashlight across the area. Nothing. No footprints in the gravel, no sound of running, nothing to indicate anyone had been there at all. I stood there for a long moment, trying to decide what to do. Then I turned around and walked back to the office as quickly as I could without running, checking over my shoulder every few seconds. Back in the office, I checked the monitors. I rewound the feed from the camera that should have covered the area between buildings 10 and 11, watching the time stamp roll back to when I'd been on patrol. I could see myself on the screen, walking down the road, stopping, pointing my flashlight. But the area where the figure had been standing was empty. The camera had captured nothing but shadows. I called Gerald. He answered on the 4th ring, his voice groggy. "What?" "I saw someone on the property, between buildings 10 and 11. When I approached, they disappeared." There was a long silence. Then, "Did you check the cameras?" "Yes." Nothing showed up on the feed. Another pause. "Then it wasn't someone. Go back to your desk. Follow the rules. I'll see you in the morning." He hung up before I could respond. I wanted to leave right then, walk out, get in my car, and never come back. But I needed this job. I needed the money. And Gerald had said it so matter-of-factly. Then it wasn't someone. As if seeing things that didn't show up on camera was perfectly normal. The rest of the shift until 5 a.m. passed slowly. I kept watching the monitors, particularly the feeds from the back of the property, but I didn't see the figure again. The knocking didn't return. Everything was quiet. At 5 a.m., I forced myself to go on the second patrol. This time, I walked faster, keeping to the center of the road, not looking too closely at the shadows between buildings. When I reached the far end of the property, I didn't linger. I turned around and headed straight back to the office. I made it through that first night. When Gerald arrived at 8 a.m. to relieve me, he looked at me with those tired, bruised eyes and asked, "Any problems?" I saw something, someone, but it didn't show up on the cameras. "Did you follow the rules?" "Yes." "Then there weren't any problems." He handed me an envelope with cash. He paid under the table, which should have been another warning sign, but I was too tired to care. "See you tomorrow night." I drove home as the sun came up, trying to convince myself that I'd been seeing things, that working alone in the dark had played tricks on my mind. That there was a rational explanation for everything, I almost believed it. The second night started the same way. I arrived at 11:45. Gerald gave me a brief nod, and I took my place at the desk. The first few hours were uneventful. I'd brought a book this time, something to keep my mind occupied. But I found it hard to focus. I kept glancing at the monitors, waiting for something to appear. The knocking came again at 1:30 a.m., right on schedule. 3 sharp raps, followed by that scraping sound. I didn't go to the door. I didn't even look at the exterior camera. I just sat at the desk and waited for it to stop. During my 2 a.m. patrol, I stayed away from Building 7 like I was supposed to. But as I passed it on the opposite side of the road, I noticed something different. The door that had been ajar the night before, Unit 7 to 13, was now fully open, and there were lights on inside the unit, even though all the other units were dark. I stopped walking and stared at it. The light spilling out of the unit was wrong, not the yellow fluorescent glow from the corridor lights, but something colder, bluer, and I could hear something coming from inside, a sound like machinery running, rhythmic and mechanical, accompanied by something that might have been voices. I stood there for a full minute, fighting the urge to cross the road and look inside. The rule said not to go in. Gerald's voice in my head. Follow the rules. I kept walking. The figure was back that night, too, in the same spot as before. This time, I didn't approach it. I just kept walking, not looking directly at it, pretending I hadn't seen it. When I checked over my shoulder a few seconds later, it was gone. This became my routine. Night after night, the same things happened. Knocking at 1:30 a.m., the open unit in Building 7 with its strange light and sounds, the figure standing between Buildings 10 and 11, and every night I followed the rules. I didn't answer the door. I didn't enter Building 7. I didn't approach the figure, but other things started happening too, small things at first. On my 4th night, I found wet footprints in the office when I arrived, even though it hadn't rained. They led from the door to the desk, then just stopped, as if whoever made them had simply vanished mid-step. The footprints were small, child-sized. On my 6th night, the camera feed for Building 9 came alive. I watched as something moved through the rear corridor, visible only as a distortion in the image, like heat, shimmer. It moved down the hallway, stopping at each unit door as if checking them before disappearing off screen. The rules said it was a glitch, but glitches don't move with such obvious purpose. On my 8th night, I heard singing. It came from the direction of the river, faint but clear, a child's voice singing a song I didn't recognize. The melody was simple and repetitive, almost hypnotic, and underneath it I could hear other voices joining in, harmonizing in ways that made my skin crawl. I remembered rule number 5. Sounds from the river were normal. Stay away from the riverbank. I stayed in the office, but the singing continued for over an hour, never getting louder or softer, just constant. On my 10th night, I broke a rule. It happened during my 2 a.m. patrol. I was walking past Building 7 as usual when I heard something that made me stop. It was a voice, clear and distinct, coming from Unit 7 to 13. Help me. Please, someone help me. It sounded human, genuinely distressed, and before I could think about what I was doing, I was crossing the road and entering Building 7. The corridor was exactly like all the others. Concrete floor, metal walls, fluorescent lights overhead. The air smelled like motor oil and dust. Unit 7 to 13 was halfway down on the left side. Its door rolled up completely, revealing a space about 10 feet deep and 8 feet wide. The blue light was coming from inside, though I couldn't see the source, and the sound I'd been hearing, the mechanical rhythm, was louder now, almost deafening. But there was no machinery visible, just empty space and concrete walls. "Hello?" I called out, standing in the doorway. "Is someone in here?" The voice came again from deep inside the unit. "Help me, I'm stuck, please." I stepped inside. The moment I crossed the threshold, the door slammed shut behind me with a metal shriek that echoed through the building. I spun around and grabbed the door, trying to pull it back up, but it wouldn't budge. It felt like it was locked from the outside, though that should have been impossible. I turned back to the interior of the unit, my flashlight shaking in my hand. The blue light was brighter now, and I could finally see its source. There was something in the corner of the unit, something that looked like a tear in reality itself, a vertical gash about 6 feet tall that pulsed with that cold blue light. And through the tear, I could see movement, shapes and shadows that didn't make sense, geometries that hurt to look at. "Help me," the voice said again, but now I could tell it wasn't coming from inside the unit. It was coming from the tear, from whatever was on the other side. The mechanical sound grew louder, and I realized it wasn't machinery at all. It was breathing, massive, rhythmic breathing, like something enormous, inhaling and exhaling. And beneath that, I could hear other sounds, whispers, screams, laughter, all layered on top of each other until they became a wall of noise that threatened to overwhelm my thoughts. Something moved in the tear, a shape that was almost human, but wrong in every proportion, with too many joints and limbs that bent in impossible directions. It pressed against the opening, like someone pushing against plastic wrap, and the blue light flickered. I backed up against the metal door, pulling on it desperately, and this time it rolled up about a foot, just enough for me to drop to my stomach and squeeze underneath. I scrambled out into the corridor, and the door slammed shut again behind me. I ran. I didn't stop running until I was back in the office with the door locked and every light on. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold my phone, but I managed to call Gerald. He answered immediately, as if he'd been waiting for my call. "You went into Unit 7 to 13. It wasn't a question. How did you know?" "The door only closes when someone goes inside. What did you see?" I told him everything, the blue light, the tear, the thing moving on the other side. He listened in silence, and when I finished, he sighed heavily. "The unit has been like that for 6 years. We can't close it, can't rent it, can't even seal the building. Whatever is on the other side, it's trying to come through. As long as no one goes inside, it stays contained. But when someone crosses the threshold, it gets stronger. The opening gets wider." "Why didn't you tell me this? Why is this place even open?" "Because people need storage space, and I need to make a living. And because as long as someone is here at night, following the rules, keeping watch, the thing in 7 to 13 stays in 7 to 13. The alternative is closing the facility and letting whatever is trying to come through unopposed. That's insane. You're using your night guards as some kind of prison wardens for an interdimensional horror?" I'm paying you extremely well to sit in an office and occasionally walk around a storage facility. That's what you signed up for. The rest is just details. I could report this, call the police, call the news, tell everyone what's happening here. You could, but who would believe you? And what evidence do you have? The cameras don't show anything unusual. There are no bodies, no crimes, no proof. Just a man making claims about things that can't be verified. You'd lose your job and gain nothing. He was right, and I hated that he was right. What happens if I quit? Then I hire someone else, someone who will probably be less careful than you, less likely to follow the rules, someone who will make more mistakes and make whatever is in that unit even stronger. Is that what you want? I didn't answer. He took my silence as acceptance. Finish your shift. Follow the rules. Don't go into Building 7 again. I'll see you in the morning. He hung up. I sat at the desk for the rest of the night, watching the monitors with new understanding. The figure between Buildings 10 and 11 wasn't a person. The knocking on the door wasn't human. The singing from the river wasn't children playing. Everything I'd been seeing, every rule I'd been given, it was all connected to what was in Unit 7 to 13. The facility wasn't just a storage space. It was a containment site, and I was the warden. I made it through that shift, and the next, and the next. I kept following the rules because I didn't know what else to do. I needed the money, and Gerald was right that no one would believe me if I told them what was really happening here. But things got worse. On my 15th night, I found scratch marks on the inside of the office door, long, deep gouges in the metal that definitely hadn't been there before. Whatever had been knocking was getting more aggressive. On my 18th night, the camera feed for Building 9 showed a figure walking through the corridor. Not the shimmer I'd seen before, but a solid form, human-shaped but moving in a way that was fundamentally wrong. Joints bending backward, limbs extending too far. It walked from one end of the building to the other, then turned and walked back, over and over, like it was pacing. On my 21st night, I heard children laughing during my 2 a.m. patrol. The sound was coming from inside one of the units in Building 3, even though all the units were supposed to be locked and I was alone on the property. I checked the unit number, 327, and made a note to tell Gerald about it. But when I mentioned it to him in the morning, he just nodded tiredly and said, "Add it to the list of rules for the next guard." I started to understand that Riverside Storage wasn't one anomaly. It was full of them. Unit 7 to 13 was just the worst, the most dangerous. But there were others. Things were leaking through, or had leaked through, or had always been here. The facility was a thin place where the boundaries between whatever was normal and whatever was other had worn away. On my 28th night, I met the previous guard. I was doing my 5 a.m. patrol when I saw him, a young guy, maybe 25, standing near Building 11 and looking confused. He was wearing the same security uniform Gerald had given me, and he was translucent, like fog. "Are you the new guard?" he asked when he saw me. His voice sounded distant, echoing slightly. "Yeah, I guess so." "You need to leave. This place isn't safe." "What happened to you?" He looked down at his hands, seeming surprised to see through them. "I broke the rules. I thought I could help. There was a kid, at least I thought it was a kid. I saw him on the cameras wandering around near the river. Rule number 6 said to call Gerald if I saw a child, but I thought there wasn't time. I thought the kid might fall in the river or get hurt. So I went to get him. What happened? He led me to the water. When I got close, I realized he wasn't a child. I don't know what he was. He looked like a child, sounded like a child, but when he smiled at me, I could see that his mouth went too far back, all the way to his ears. And then he pushed me. I don't remember hitting the water. I just remember sinking and sinking, and the river was so much deeper than it should have been. I could see things in the depths, structures, cities, things that shouldn't exist. And when I tried to swim up, the surface just kept getting farther away. Did you drown? I think so. I don't remember. Next thing I knew, I was standing on the bank watching them pull my body out of the water. Gerald was there. He didn't look surprised. He just made a phone call, and some people came and took my body away. Then Gerald hired a new guard, and then another and another. You're the 4th since I died. What happened to the other 3? The ghost shook his head. They broke rules, different rules. There's something in Building 3 that got one of them. Something in Building 9 got another. The third one just disappeared. His car was still in the parking lot in the morning, but he was gone. Why are you still here? I don't know. I can't leave. I've tried. Something keeps pulling me back to the facility. He looked toward the river, and his expression was haunted. Sometimes I can still feel the water. I can still feel myself sinking. And sometimes I see that child on the bank, smiling, waiting for the next person who will try to save him. He started to fade, becoming more transparent. Follow the rules. Don't try to help. Don't try to understand. Just do your job and leave when your shift is over. Don't end up like me. Then he was gone. I stood there in the growing dawn light, shaking. 4 guards in 6 years. And Gerald just kept hiring new ones, kept feeding people into this place, all to maintain whatever containment was, keeping the things here from spreading. When Gerald arrived at 8 a.m., I confronted him. The last guard died here. Why didn't you tell me? Would you have taken the job if I had? No. Exactly. Look, people die. It's tragic, but it happens. He didn't follow the rules. If you follow the rules, you'll be fine. You can't keep doing this. You can't keep hiring people and not telling them what they're walking into. Then quit. Walk away. I'll have a new guard here tomorrow night. Someone who needs the money badly enough not to ask questions. And maybe they'll be more careful than you, or maybe they won't. And in 6 months, I'll be having this same conversation with guard number 5. He looked at me with those tired eyes. The world is full of thin places, son. Spots where reality is weak, where other things can push through. This facility just happens to sit on one. Someone has to watch it. Someone has to follow the rules and keep things contained. It might as well be someone I'm paying. It might as well be you. I should have quit. I should have walked out right then. But he was right about one thing. I needed the money. And I've made it a month already. I knew the rules. I knew what to avoid. I could do this. I kept working. On my 35th night, the lights in Building 3 went out during my shift. I remembered a rule. Flip breaker, verse 7. Do not enter while the lights are out. I went to the breaker box outside the office and found breaker number 7. When I flipped it, I heard something scream inside Building 3, a sound of pure rage that made every hair on my body stand up. The lights came back on and the screaming stopped. I didn't want to know what was in Building 3. I didn't want to know what would happen if someone entered while the lights were out. I just wanted to finish my shift and go home. On my 42nd night, I saw the child. He was standing near the river just on the other side of the fence, exactly where the previous guard had described. He looked maybe 8 years old, wearing clothes that were too big for him, and he was crying. Not fake crying. Real gut-wrenching sobs that pulled at something deep in my chest. I picked up the phone to call Gerald, following rule number 6. But before I could dial, the child looked up at me. His face was dirty and tear-streaked, and his eyes were wide and terrified. "Please help me," he called out. "I'm lost. I can't find my mom." My finger hovered over Gerald's number. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to help this kid, to go to him, to do something. He looked so real, so genuinely scared. Then he smiled, just a little upturn of the lips, and I saw what the previous guard had seen. The smile extended too far, cutting across his face in a way that was fundamentally wrong. I dialed Gerald's number. He answered immediately. "There's a child by the river. Stay in the office. Don't go outside. I'm on my way." "What is it?" "Something that looks like what you expect to see. Something that knows exactly what bait to use. Stay inside." I watched through the office window as the child stood by the fence, no longer crying, just staring at the office with that too wide smile. He didn't move, didn't blink, just stared. Gerald arrived 20 minutes later. He didn't come to the office first. Instead, he walked directly toward the river, carrying something I couldn't make out in the darkness. When he reached the fence, the child turned to look at him. I couldn't hear what Gerald said, but I saw him throw something over the fence. Whatever it was hit the ground near the child, and suddenly the air around the boy seemed to shimmer and distort. For just a moment, I saw what he really was. Something tall and thin with too many limbs. Something that wore the shape of a child like a costume. Then it was gone, disappeared back toward the river, and Gerald walked back to the office. "Salt and iron," he explained when he came inside. "The old remedies still work on some of them. He'll be back tomorrow night or the next night. They always come back. But he won't approach the fence again for a while." "How many are there? How many things are on this property?" Gerald sat down heavily in the chair. "I stopped counting years ago. The facility is built on a convergence point, a place where the barriers are thin. Things leak through. Most of them are contained, bound to specific locations. Building 7, Building 3, the river, Building 9, as long as no one interferes with them, as long as the rules are followed, they stay in their spaces. It's when people break the rules that things get dangerous." "Why don't you just shut the place down, lock the gates and walk away?" "Because it wouldn't matter. The things here aren't bound to the buildings. They're bound to the location. If the facility closes, they'll still be here, but there won't be anyone watching them. No one to stop curious kids or homeless people from wandering in. The rules exist because they work. The night guard exists because someone has to enforce the rules. It's not a perfect solution, but it's the best one I have." I looked at him and saw the weight he was carrying, the exhaustion of maintaining this impossible situation year after year. "How long have you been doing this?" 30 years. My father did it before me, and his father before him. Our family has owned this land since before the storage facility existed. We've always known it was a thin place. The facility is just the latest attempt to manage it, to create structure and rules around something that defies structure and rules. You could sell the land. To who? And what would I tell them? No, this is my responsibility, and by extension, it's yours, as long as you work here. He left me alone with that thought, and I finished my shift in silence. I'm in my 3rd month now, and I've settled into the routine. I know all the rules. I know all the dangers. I know the thing in Unit 7 to 13 is trying to come through, that something in Building 3 waits in the darkness, that the shape near Building 11 is watching me on every patrol, that the child by the river will never stop trying to lure someone into the water. But I've also learned new things. The knocking on the door always comes in sets of 3, and if I knock back 3 times, it stops for the night. The wet footprints in the office appear every time it rains, and they always lead to the desk and stop, as if something sits there invisible, watching me work. The singing from the river follows a pattern. It starts at 3:15 a.m. and lasts exactly 1 hour. And if I play music loudly enough, I can almost cover it up. Last week, Gerald told me he's getting old, that his heart isn't what it used to be. He asked me if I'd consider taking over the facility when he retires, becoming the next keeper of this place. The pay would be substantial, he said, and I'd be helping protect people from things they don't understand. I haven't given him an answer yet. Tonight is my 73rd shift. I'm sitting in the office at 1:25 a.m. waiting for the knocking to start. The monitors show the usual camera feeds, empty corridors, closed doors, shadows that sometimes move in ways that shadows shouldn't. The coffee is brewing. The flashlight is charged for my 2 a.m. patrol. Everything is ready. The truth is, I've gotten used to this. The fear that gripped me those first few weeks has faded into something more like wary acceptance. This is my job. I watch over the thin places. I follow the rules. I keep things contained. And sometimes, in the quiet moments between patrols, I wonder if this is all there is. If the whole world is full of places like this, thin spots where reality wears through, where other things press against the boundaries of our existence. If every night shift guard, every security worker, every person who watches over empty buildings in the dark is really doing what I'm doing, keeping vigil over horrors that most people will never see. The knocking starts. 3 sharp raps on the metal door. I wait exactly 5 seconds, then knock back 3 times. The scraping begins, continues for 30 seconds, then stops. The nightly ritual completed, I check the monitors. Building 7 shows Unit 7 to 13 with its door open and blue lights spilling out. Building 3's lights are on. The figure is standing between Buildings 10 and 11. The child is visible on the riverbank, waiting. Everything is where it should be. My phone alarm goes off. 2 a.m. Time for patrol. I grab the flashlight and keys and head for the door. Outside, the night is cool and quiet, except for the distant sound of the river and the buzz of fluorescent lights. I start walking down the main road, checking unit doors, following my route. When I pass Building 7, I don't look at Unit 7 to 13. When I reach the far end of the property, I don't look at the child by the river. When I walk between Buildings 10 and 11, I feel the figure's eyes on me, and that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I took a high-paying job, watching over a warehouse of recovered deep-sea salvage, but the things inside the pressure tanks are beginning to wake up. I am writing this on a laptop that I stole from an internet cafe 3 towns over. I can't go back to my apartment. I can't go back to my car. I can't even go near a bathtub or a sink without having a panic attack. My skin feels tight, like it's being squeezed by invisible hands, and my ears won't stop popping. Pop, pop, pop. It sounds like bubble wrap snapping inside my skull. If you are in the Seattle area or anywhere near the coast and you see a job listing for Marine Preservation Security at the old shipyard in District 4, do not apply. I don't care if you're starving. I don't care if you have debts that are crushing you. The debt you will accrue in that warehouse is not financial. It is spiritual, and the interest rate is your sanity. My name is Mark. 2 weeks ago, I was a normal guy with bad luck. I had been laid off from my construction job due to a back injury. My unemployment benefits had run out, and my landlord was threatening to change the locks. I was desperate. I was browsing a physical job board at a community center because I couldn't afford data on my phone when I saw the flyer, Night Watchman, urgent hire, 35-hour, cash weekly, no experience needed, must not be claustrophobic. $35 an hour for a security gig was unheard of. I called the number immediately. A man answered. He sounded out of breath, like he had been running. "Can you start tonight?" he asked. "Yes," I said. "What's the address?" "Pier 19, Warehouse B. Come to the side door. Don't knock. Just flash your flashlight 3 times. I arrived at 9:00 p.m. The shipyard was a graveyard of rusted metal and rotting wood. Fog clung to the ground, thick and gray, smelling of salt and dead fish. Warehouse B was a massive corrugated metal structure that looked like a beached whale. It had no windows. I flashed my light. The heavy steel door creaked open. A man stepped out. He was wearing a yellow hazmat suit, the kind you see in movies about viral outbreaks. He had the hood down, revealing a face that was pale, sweaty, and twitching. "You Mark?" he asked. "Yeah. Why the suit?" "Humidity," he said. "It ruins your clothes. Come in." He led me inside. The moment the door closed, the sound of the city vanished. No seagulls, no traffic, just a low rhythmic thumping sound. Thump hiss, thump hiss. "Pumps," the man said. His name was Sterling. "They keep the pressure up. If the pumps stop, we die. Rule number 1. The warehouse was cavernous. It was filled with rows of massive cylindrical tanks. They were made of thick glass and reinforced steel, glowing with a faint, sickly green light. Each tank was hooked up to a network of pipes and hoses that ran along the ceiling like black intestines. "What is this place?" I asked. My voice echoed, sounding small and flat. "Salvage," Sterling said. He walked fast. "We recover things from the deep trenches, the Mariana, the Tonga, places sunlight hasn't touched in 1 billion years. We bring them up, but we have to keep them pressurized. If they depressurize too fast, they explode or change." He stopped at a small metal desk near the entrance. There was a bank of monitors, a coffee machine, and a red phone. "Your job is simple," Sterling said. "You sit here, you watch the monitors. You walk the floor once an hour. You check the gauges on the tanks. They need to stay between 8,000 and 10,000 psi. If a needle drops, you turn the valve to the right. If it spikes, you call me. But you won't need to call me. It's usually stable." "What's in the tanks?" I asked, looking at the nearest one. It was full of murky water. I could see shapes floating in it, jagged, dark shapes. Sterling looked at me. His eyes were bloodshot. "Don't look too close," he whispered. "That's rule number 2. Never put your face against the glass. The glass is thick, but it's not a wall. It's a lens. It magnifies." He handed me a clipboard and a ring of keys. "One last thing," he said, putting his hand on the door handle. "You might hear knocking or tapping. It's just the pipes expanding, the metal contracts in the cold. It sounds like knuckles on glass. Ignore it. Do not tap back. Do you understand? Never tap back." "Okay," I said. "I got it." He left. The door slammed shut with a finality that made my stomach drop. I was alone. The first 3 nights were easy, boring even. The warehouse was cold. I drank bad coffee and read old magazines I found in the desk. The thumping of the pumps became white noise. Thump, hiss, thump, hiss. I did my rounds. I walked down the long aisles of glowing tanks. There were 40 tanks in total. Some were small, the size of a coffin. Others were huge, towering 20 feet high. The labels on them were cryptic. Tank 4, Recovered Mechanism, USS Cyclops. Tank 12, Biological Mass, Unknown Origin. Tank 29, Sediment Sample, Challenger, Deep. I followed rule number 2. I didn't look close. I just checked the PSI gauges, made a mark on my clipboard, and moved on. But on the 4th night, the atmosphere changed. It was raining outside. I could hear the rain hammering on the metal roof, a distant roar above the pumps. The air inside the warehouse felt heavier, thicker. It was hard to breathe, like the oxygen was being sucked out. I was doing my 2-hour AM round. I was in the back section, the darkest part of the warehouse, near Tank 35. Tank 35 was the biggest one. It was a massive sphere of steel and glass. The water inside was pitch black. The label simply read, "Do not disturb." As I walked past it, I slipped. The floor was wet. I caught myself on the railing. I looked down. A puddle of water had formed around the base of Tank 35. I shined my flashlight on the tank. The glass was sweating. Condensation was running down the sides in thick rivets. But it wasn't just water. It was oily. It smelled of sulfur and rotten kelp. I checked the PSI gauge. It was reading 12,000 PSI. It was in the red. "Shit," I muttered. I grabbed the release valve wheel and tried to turn it left to lower the pressure. It wouldn't budge. It was rusted shut. Clang! A sound came from inside the tank. It sounded like a hammer hitting the metal wall from the inside. Clang! Clang! I froze. My hand hovered over the valve. "Just the pipes," I whispered myself. "Just the metal expanding." Then a face pressed against the glass. I screamed and fell backward, dropping my flashlight. It rolled across the floor, the beam spinning wildly. I scrambled back to my feet and grabbed the light, shining it on the tank. There was nothing there, just the black water. I stood there panting, my heart hammering against my ribs. I knew what I saw. It wasn't human. It was pale, translucent white, like a jellyfish. It had no nose, just 2 slits. And its eyes were the size of dinner plates, completely black, reflecting nothing. It had looked at me. It had looked right at me with the curiosity that felt predatory. I ran back to the desk. I grabbed the red phone to call Sterling. "The number you have dialed is not in service," a robotic voice said. I tried again. Same message. I sat at the desk until sunrise, staring at the monitors. The camera feed for the back section, where Tank 35 was static. I should have quit then, but I needed the money. I reasoned with myself. It was a trick of the light. Sleep deprivation. A reflection of my own face distorted by the glass. I went back for night 5. That was the night the voices started. I was sitting at the desk at midnight. The silence was oppressive. Even the pumps seemed quieter, like they were holding their breath. Click, click, whistle. I looked around. Hello? Click, click, whistle. It was coming from the intercom system. The warehouse had an old PA system with speakers mounted on the ceiling. It was supposed to be off. I walked over to the main console and checked the dials. The PA was powered down. Whistle, click, mark. My blood turned to ice. It wasn't a human voice. It sounded like a dolphin mimicking human speech, high-pitched, wet, and stuttering. Mark, are you wet? I grabbed a microphone on the desk. Who is this? This is private property. The voice laughed. It was a gurgling, bubbling sound. Not private. We are all here. I slammed the mic down. I grabbed my round sheet. I needed to move. I needed to prove to myself that I was alone. I walked the floor. The lights were flickering. The green glow from the tanks seemed brighter, pulsing in time with the pumps. Thump, hiss, glow. Thump, hiss, glow. I reached tank 12, biological mass. The water inside was usually cloudy. Tonight it was clear. Floating in the center of the tank was a diving suit. An old one, canvas and brass from the 1920s. The helmet was copper, tarnished green. It was suspended in the water, arms drifting aimlessly. I checked the gauge. 9,000 psi. Normal. I turned to leave. Tap, tap, tap. It came from the glass. I turned back slowly. The diving suit had moved. It had drifted forward. The copper helmet was now pressed against the glass right at my eye level. And inside the helmet, there was no face. There was a swarm. Thousands of tiny worm-like creatures were writhing inside the helmet, filling the glass visor. They churned and twisted, a mass of pink flesh and teeth, and then the glove of the suit raised up. It pointed at me. Tap, tap. It tapped the glass with a brass finger. I backed away. No, this isn't real. The worms inside the helmet moved. They pressed against the visor, forming a shape. They were forming letters. O-P-E-N. I ran. I sprinted back to the desk. I grabbed my keys. I was done. I didn't care about the cash. I ran to the heavy steel door. I grabbed the handle and pushed. It didn't move. I pushed harder. It was locked from the outside. I banged on the metal. Hey, let me out. Sterling, let me out. There was no answer. I tried the emergency exit at the back. I ran through the maze of tanks, trying not to look at them. I reached the back door. It was welded shut. Fresh weld marks scarred the metal. I was trapped, and the pressure was rising. I could feel it in my ears. Pop, pop. My nose started to bleed, a slow, steady drip of red onto the concrete floor. The pumps were speeding up. Thump, 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 thump. The gauges on the tanks were climbing. 11,000 psi, 12,000 psi, 15,000 psi. The glass began to groan, a high-pitched singing sound of stressed material. I ran back to the desk. I hid under it. I pulled my knees to my chest. Then the PA system crackled to life again. Mark, the water, it's warm. It was Sterling's voice this time, but it was wrong. It was slurred, distorted. Join us, Mark. The pressure makes us whole. I covered my ears. Shut up! Shut up! Then I heard the sound I had been dreading. Crack. It sounded like a gunshot. Then the sound of rushing water. Massive amounts of water. Tank 35 had breached. I peeked out from under the desk. A tidal wave of black water was rushing down the center aisle. It wasn't just water, it was thick, oily sludge, and it was carrying things. The other tanks were shattering in a chain reaction. Smash, smash, smash. Glass flew everywhere. From the wreckage of the tanks, shapes were rising. They weren't fish. They weren't monsters. They were amalgams. I saw a creature made of rusted gears and human bone. I saw a mass of kelp that walked on legs made of crab claws. I saw the diving suit from Tank 12, walking with a jerky puppet-like gait, the worm spilling out of the neck seal. They were coming toward the desk. The water hit me. It was freezing cold. It smelled of ancient rot. I climbed onto the desk. The diving suit reached the desk. It grabbed the edge with a brass hand. The metal crumpled like paper under its grip. I looked around for a weapon. The coffee pot. The stapler. Useless. Then I saw the vent. Directly above the desk, there was a large industrial ventilation fan. It was spinning slowly. I grabbed the office chair. I put it on the desk. I climbed up. The diving suit swung a heavy arm at me. It missed my ankle by an inch, shattering the computer monitor. I reached the vent. I pulled the grating loose. It fell with a clang. I pulled myself up. Something grabbed my boot. I looked down. The face from Tank 35, the pale jellyfish face, was right below me. It had pulled itself out of the black water. Its mouth was a perfect circle of needle teeth. It had latched onto my heel. I kicked. I screamed and kicked. The boot came loose. I scrambled into the ductwork. I crawled through the dark, greasy metal tunnel. Below me, the warehouse was a cacophony of destruction, metal tearing, water rushing, and that terrible whistling speech. Come back, Mark. You have seen us. You belong to the deep. I crawled until I saw light. The vent emptied out onto the roof of the warehouse. I squeezed out and collapsed on the tar paper roof. The fog was thick. The city lights were distant. I rolled to the edge of the roof and climbed down the fire escape ladder. I hit the ground and ran. I ran to my car. I didn't have my keys. I had left them on the desk. I smashed the window with a rock. I hot-wired the ignition. Thank God for my delinquent youth. I drove until the gas tank was empty. I abandoned the car and stole a laptop. And now I am here. But it's not over, because as I sit here typing this, I can hear it. There is a fish tank in this internet cafe, a small decorative tank with a few goldfish. The water in the tank is vibrating. Thump, thump. The goldfish are acting strange. They are all swimming in a perfect circle, staring at me, and the pressure in the room is changing. My ears are popping again. My nose just started bleeding onto the keyboard. I think they can travel through the water, not just the ocean, any water, the pipes, the sewers, the rain. It's starting to rain outside. I can hear the tapping on the window. Tap, tap, tap. It sounds like a brass finger on glass. I have to go. I have to find a desert, somewhere dry, somewhere with no pipes. If you read this, stay away from the deep. Stay away from the salvage. And if you hear your pipes knocking in the middle of the night, don't assume it's just the heat. Run, because the pressure is coming, and it wants to make you whole. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one, The House That Remembers. I am writing this from a borrowed laptop in a library in Duluth, Minnesota. I don't have a phone anymore. I don't have a car. I walked here in the snow wearing boots that aren't mine. If you're reading this and you see a listing on Airbnb for a secluded historic manor in the Black Woods with a host named Mrs. Gable, do not book it. Do not even look at the photos. The photos are a lie, but not in the way you think. The photos show the house as it wants to be seen. They don't show what it keeps in the walls. My name is Sarah. I'm a freelance photographer, or I was. I specialize in architectural photography, abandoned places, ruins, the kind of decay porn that gets likes on Instagram. I was broke, my camera gear was pawned, and I needed a gig. When I got the email from a private client offering me $5,000 to document a family estate before it was demolished, I jumped at it. The client, a lawyer named Mr. Sterling, was vague. "The house has history," he said on the phone. His voice was tinny, like he was speaking from inside a metal box. "The family wants a record of it, every room, every corner, but you must do it at night. The lighting is specific." "At night?" I asked. "Yes, the house wakes up at night. The architecture changes with the shadows. It's an aesthetic choice." I agreed. I rented a car, bought back my camera, and drove north. The house was located at the end of a long, overgrown driveway that wound through a forest of dead birch trees. They looked like white bones sticking out of the earth. The house itself was a monstrosity. It was Victorian, but wrong. The angles were too sharp. The windows were too narrow, like squinting eyes. It was painted a color that might have been blue once, but had rotted into a bruised purple. Mr. Sterling wasn't there. He had left a key under the mat, a heavy iron key that felt cold enough to burn my skin. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The smell hit me first. It wasn't mold or dust. It smelled like dried flowers and old perfume, masking something underneath, something like raw meat left in the sun. The interior was pristine, dust-free. The furniture was draped in white sheets. The mirrors were covered with black cloth. I set up my gear in the foyer. It was 8 p.m. The sun was setting, casting long, bloody shadows across the floorboards. I started shooting. Click, flash, whir. The first hour was normal. I moved from room to room, the library, the dining hall, the parlor. The house was beautiful in a grotesque way. The wallpaper was patterned with intricate vines that looked like arteries. The chandeliers were made of crystal drops that resembled tears. But as midnight approached, the house changed. I was in the kitchen. It was a large tiled room with a massive cast iron stove. I was setting up my tripod to capture the stove when I heard it clink. It sounded like silverware hitting a plate. I froze. "Hello?" Silence. I looked around. The kitchen was empty. The drawers were closed. Clink. Scrape. It came from the dining room, the room I had just left. I grabbed my tripod, wielding it like a club, and walked slowly to the dining room doorway. The room was dark. My flashlight beam cut through the gloom. The table, which had been empty 10 minutes ago, was set. There were 4 place settings: fine china, crystal goblets, silver cutlery arranged perfectly, and in the center of the table there was a roast, a steaming hot roast beef, oozing red juices onto a silver platter. My breath caught in my throat. I was alone. I had locked the door. I walked closer. The heat from the meat hit my face. It was real. I raised my camera. I had to document this. Click. The flash illuminated the room for a split second. In that split second, I saw them, seated at the 4 chairs, were figures. They were translucent, like smoke caught in glass. A man, a woman, and 2 children. They were dressed in clothes from the 1900s, but their faces were blurred, smudged, like someone had taken an eraser to a pencil drawing. Where their eyes and mouths should be, there was just smooth gray skin. The flash died. Darkness returned. I shined my flashlight at the chairs. Empty. The food was still there. I backed away, my heart hammering against my ribs. "Okay," I whispered. "Prank. Someone is messing with me." I turned to run to the front door. It was gone. Where the front door had been, there was now a wall, a solid wall covered in the artery-patterned wallpaper. I touched it. It was cold and damp. It felt like skin. I ran to the windows. They were shuttered from the outside. I tried to lift the sash, painted shut. I smashed the glass with my tripod. Behind the glass there was no outside. There were bricks, a solid wall of bricks. I was sealed in. Then the whispering started. It came from the vents, from the floorboards, from the walls themselves. She sees us. She sees the dinner. Does she want a plate? She looks hungry. I ran up the stairs. Why? I don't know. Instinct. High ground. I barricaded myself in the master bedroom. It had a heavy oak door with a bolt lock. I slid the bolt home and pushed a dresser in front of it. I sat on the bed, shaking. I checked my photos on the camera's display screen. The photo of the dining room. In the picture, the chairs were empty, but the roast beef wasn't meat. It was a human head, a severed gray head on a platter, and it was screaming. I dropped the camera. It hit the floor and the lens shattered. I huddled in the corner. "This isn't real. This isn't real." Knock, knock, knock. 3 polite taps on the bedroom door. "Room service," a voice called. It was a cheerful sing-song voice, a maid's voice. "Go away," I screamed. "But you didn't finish your dinner, miss," the voice said. "The master is offended." The doorknob rattled, slowly, then violently. The heavy dresser began to slide across the floor. Something with immense strength was pushing the door open. I looked around the room. There was a fireplace, a chimney. It was my only way out. I grabbed the fire poker and ran to the hearth. I looked up. It was dark, narrow, and smelled of soot. The bedroom door splintered. A hand reached through. It was gray, elongated, with fingers that had too many joints. I climbed into the fireplace. I pulled myself up onto the smoke shelf. I heard the door smash open. I heard heavy, wet footsteps enter the room. "Where is the little mouse?" a deep, guttural voice growled. "She went up the chimney, sir," the maid's voice giggled. "Smoke her out," the deep voice said. I heard the strike of a match, then the whoosh of flames. Heat surged up the chimney. Smoke billowed around me. I coughed, my eyes burning. I climbed. I clawed at the rough bricks, tearing my fingernails. The heat was scorching the soles of my boots. I climbed until I saw stars. I pulled myself out onto the roof. I collapsed on the cold slate tiles, gasping for air. The smoke poured out of the chimney next to me, thick and black. I looked down. It was a 30-foot drop to the ground. But the ground was moving. The lawn wasn't grass. It was a sea of hands. Thousands of gray, spectral hands reaching up from the earth, grasping at the air. "Jump," they whispered. "Join us." I looked around the roof. There was a trellis on the side of the house, covered in dead vines. I crawled to it. I swung my legs over the edge. As I climbed down, I looked into the windows on the second floor. In every window, a face was watching me. The smudged faces, the eraser people, they were pressing against the glass, their featureless heads tracking my movement. And behind them, in the hallway, stood a tall shadow. It wore a top hat. It held a silver platter. I reached the ground. The spectral hands grabbed at my boots, but they were weak, misty. I kicked through them. I ran to my car. I fumbled for my keys. They were gone. I must have dropped them inside. I looked at the car. The tires were slashed, all 4 of them, and on the hood, scratched into the paint, were words, "Stay for dessert." I didn't stop. I ran into the woods. I ran until my lungs burned. I ran until the sun came up. I found a road. A truck driver picked me up. He didn't ask questions about the soot or the blood or the fact that I was crying hysterically. He dropped me off here in Duluth. I went to the police. I told them everything. They looked up the address I gave them. "Ma'am," the officer said gently, "there is no house at that location. That's the old Blackwood fire zone. A manor burned down there in 1922. Killed the whole family. They say the father went mad and poisoned them at dinner before setting the place alight." "I was there," I insisted. "I have photos." I reached for my camera bag. It was empty. The camera was gone. I had dropped it in the bedroom, but I found something else in the bag, a silver fork. It was heavy, tarnished antique silver, and engraved on the handle was a name, Sterling, the lawyer, the client. He wasn't a lawyer, he was one of them. I left the station. I pawned the fork for cash. That's how I'm surviving. But here is why I am writing this. Here is why I am terrified. Yesterday, I bought a disposable camera to take photos for a new job listing I found. Landscape work, safe work. I developed a film at a 1-hour photo lab. The first 12 photos were just trees and lakes. But the last photo, I didn't take the last photo. It shows me sleeping. In the motel room I stayed in last night, I'm asleep in the bed. And standing over me, looking down at my face, are the 4 smudged figures, the family, and in the corner of the room, reflected in the mirror, is the tall shadow with the top hat. He is holding a silver platter, and on the platter there is a camera lens. My broken camera lens. They followed me. They are not bound to the house. The house is just where they eat. And they are still hungry. I am leaving this laptop here. I am leaving this town. I don't know where I'm going. Somewhere crowded, somewhere bright. But I know it won't matter, because just now, as I was typing this, the librarian walked by. She smiled at me, but for a split second, her face blurred. Her eyes and mouth disappeared, leaving only smooth gray skin. And she whispered, in a voice that sounded like silverware on a plate, "Dinner is served." And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I drive for a ride-share app and picked up the same passenger 3 nights in a row. I've been driving for Ride now for about 8 months to make extra money on weekends. I work a regular job during the week, but the extra cash helps with bills. I usually drive Friday and Saturday nights from around 10 p.m. until 3 or 4 a.m. when the bar crowds die down. Last Friday night started normal. I picked up a few college kids, a couple coming home from dinner, the usual weekend crowd. Around 1:30 a.m., I got a ping for a pickup at an address in Riverside, the older part of town near the industrial district. The pickup location was a corner near an old warehouse. Not a great area, but not the worst I've been to. I pulled up and waited. A woman got in the back seat. She looked like she was in her 30s, wearing a long gray coat and carrying a small purse. Her hair was dark and pulled back. She looked tired. "Thanks for coming," she said quietly. Her voice was soft, almost a whisper. "No problem. Where are we headed?" She gave me an address on the west side of town, about a 20-minute drive. I confirmed it in the app and started driving. She didn't say anything for the first few minutes. Most passengers either want to chat or they're on their phones. She just sat there looking out the window. "Long night?" I asked, trying to be friendly. "You could say that." She didn't elaborate. We drove in silence for a while. I glanced in the rearview mirror a few times. She was still just staring out the window, her face blank. When we were about 5 minutes from her destination, she spoke again. "Do you ever feel like you're stuck in a loop? Like you're doing the same thing over and over?" "Like Groundhog Day?" I joked. "Something like that." I didn't know what to say to that, so I just nodded. We reached her address, a small house on a quiet street. I pulled up to the curb. "Here you go. Have a good night." She didn't move for a second. Then she said, "You, too. Drive safely." She got out and walked to the house. I waited until she went inside like I always do, then drove off. The ride was rated 5 stars in my app. Standard trip. Saturday night, around the same time, 1:30 a.m., I got another ping. Same pickup location in Riverside near the warehouse. I thought that was weird, but not impossible. Maybe she worked nearby and this was her regular ride home. I pulled up to the same corner. The same woman got in my car. Same gray coat, same purse. She sat in the same spot in the back seat. "Hey again," I said. "Same place as last night?" She looked at me confused. "Last night?" "Yeah, I picked you up here yesterday. Took you to Hillcrest Street." She shook her head slowly. "I don't think so. I've never used this app before tonight." That didn't make sense. I definitely remembered her, but I didn't want to argue with the passenger. My mistake. Sorry. Where to? She gave me the same address as the night before. Exact same destination. I entered it in the app and started driving. This time I paid more attention to her. She did the same thing. Stared out the window. Didn't talk. Barely moved. About halfway there I tried again. "You sure you haven't used Ride Now before? I could swear I drove you last night." "I'm sure," she said. But her voice had a strange quality to it, like she wasn't entirely certain. We drove in silence again. When we got close to her house, she asked the same question as before. "Do you ever feel like you're stuck in a loop?" The hair on the back of my neck stood up. Those were the exact same words, the exact same timing in the drive. "Yeah," I said carefully. "Sometimes I do." "It's happening to me," she said quietly. "I keep waking up in that warehouse. I keep going home, but I never remember getting there." "What do you mean? You wake up in the warehouse?" She didn't answer. We pulled up to her house. She got out without another word and walked inside. I sat there for a minute, confused and a little creeped out. I checked my ride history. Both rides were listed, Friday night and Saturday night. Same pickup, same destination, same passenger name, Sarah M. I almost didn't drive on Sunday. I thought about staying home, but I needed the money, and I told myself I was being paranoid. It was just a coincidence. Sunday night, 1:30 a.m. I got a ping, same location in Riverside, My hands were shaking as I drove there. Part of me hoped it would be a different passenger, but I knew it wouldn't be. She was standing on a corner waiting, same coat, same purse. When I pulled up, she got in. "Hi," I said. "Sarah, right?" She looked startled. "How do you know my name?" "It's in the app. Listen, I've picked you up the last 3 nights. Same place, same time, same destination. Do you remember me at all?" She stared at me in the rearview mirror. Her eyes looked scared. 3 nights? Friday, Saturday, and now Sunday. You asked me the same question both times about being stuck in a loop. Her face went pale. "I don't remember Friday. I barely remember Saturday. I keep waking up in that warehouse behind us. I don't know how I get there. I call a ride home and then nothing. I wake up in the warehouse again." "What's in the warehouse?" "I don't know. I never go inside. I just wake up on the street corner, and it's always 1:15 a.m. every time." I felt cold. "What do you mean every time?" "This has been happening for weeks, maybe longer. I can't remember anymore." Her voice was shaking. "At first I thought I was sleepwalking, but I'm fully dressed. I have my phone and my purse. I call a ride, I go home, I go to bed. Then I wake up on that corner again." "Have you tried staying awake or going somewhere else besides home?" "I've tried. I can't stay awake. As soon as I get home and lie down, I fall asleep immediately. And when I wake up, I'm back there." "What about going to a hospital or the police?" She shook her head. "I tried that. Twice. Same thing happens. I end up back at the warehouse." We were getting close to her house. I didn't want to drop her off. I had a feeling if I did, I'd pick her up again tomorrow night. "What if you don't go home?" I asked. "What if I take you somewhere else?" "Where?" "I don't know. A hotel? A friend's house?" She thought about it. "I don't have any friends in this city. I moved here 6 months ago for work, and I've tried hotels. I wake up at the warehouse anyway." "What about the warehouse itself? Have you tried going inside to see what's in there?" She looked terrified. "No, I'm afraid to." "Maybe that's the answer. Maybe you need to face whatever is in there." "Will you come with me?" I should have said no. I should have dropped her off and never accepted another ride from that area. But something about her desperation, her fear, I couldn't just leave her. "Okay," I said, "let's go back." I turned the car around and drove back to Riverside. When we got to the warehouse, I parked on the street. It was almost 2 a.m. The area was deserted. The warehouse was old brick, 3 stories tall, with broken windows and faded paint. There was a chain-link fence around it with a torn section where you could slip through. "I don't think this is a good idea," Sarah said. "We don't have to go in. We can just look around." We got out of the car. The street was quiet except for distant traffic sounds. We walked to the fence and looked through. There was a loading dock with a metal door. It was slightly open. "That door," Sarah said, "it's always open just like that." "You've seen it before?" "Every time I wake up I can see it from the corner. It's always open a few inches." We stood there for a minute. Then I made a decision. "I'm going to look inside." "Please don't." But I was already walking through the gap in the fence. I heard Sarah following behind me. We got to the loading dock, and I pulled the metal door open wider. Inside was dark, but I could see a hallway with my phone flashlight. The walls were covered in old graffiti. The floor was concrete, cracked and dirty, We walked down the hallway. It opened into a large room that must have been the main warehouse floor. Empty, except for some broken pallets and trash. "There's nothing here," I said. "Wait." Sarah was looking at something in the corner. "There." I shined my light where she was pointing. There was a stairway leading down, a basement. "I don't think we should," I started, but Sarah was already walking toward it. I followed her down the stairs. The basement was smaller than the main floor. It smelled like mildew and rust. My light caught something on the floor. It was a mattress, old and stained. Next to it was a blanket and some empty water bottles. Someone had been living down here. "Sarah," I said quietly, "we should go." She wasn't listening. She was staring at the wall. I moved my light to see what she was looking at. There were photos taped to the wall, dozens of them, all of the same person, all of Sarah. Photos of her at work, at the grocery store, at her house. Photos of her sleeping, recent photos from the last few months. "Oh my God," she whispered. I heard something above us. Footsteps on the main floor. "We need to leave, now." We ran back to the stairs, but someone was coming down. A man, tall and thin, holding a flashlight. "Sarah," he said calmly, "you brought someone this time. That's new." Sarah grabbed my arm. "Run." We tried to push past him, but he was blocking the stairs. I swung my phone at him and connected with his face. He stumbled, and we got past, running up the stairs and across the warehouse floor. We made it outside and through the fence. I heard him behind us, shouting something I couldn't make out. We got to my car, and I drove away as fast as I could. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold the steering wheel. "Who was that?" I asked. "I don't know. I've never seen him before, but he knew my name. We need to call the police." "And tell them what? That I keep waking up near a warehouse where someone is stalking me? They'll think I'm crazy." "You have proof now. Those photos. I saw them too." She pulled out her phone and called 911. She explained the situation. Someone was stalking her. They were hiding in a warehouse. They had photos of her. The dispatcher said they'd send officers to check it out. We drove to a nearby 24-hour diner to wait. Sarah was shaking. I bought us coffee, and we sat in a booth. "How long has this really been happening?" I asked. "I don't know. I thought it was just a few weeks." "But what if it's been longer? What if I've been stuck in this loop for months and I don't remember?" The police called back after an hour. They'd searched the warehouse. They found the basement, found the mattress and the photos, but no sign of anyone. They took the photos as evidence and said they'd investigate. "Where's your house?" I asked Sarah. She gave me her address, the same one I'd been driving her to. "But I don't want to go there. What if he knows where I live? What if that's why I keep ending up at the warehouse? What if he's been taking me there?" That made horrible sense. "Do you live alone?" "Yes." "Okay, here's what we're going to do. You're going to stay somewhere else tonight. A hotel, but not one near your house or the warehouse. Somewhere random. And you're going to stay awake. If you feel yourself getting tired, call me. I'll come get you." She nodded. "Okay." I drove her to a hotel on the other side of town. She checked in and texted me her room number. I told her to lock the door and keep her phone on. I went home, but I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about those photos on the wall, about Sarah waking up at the warehouse over and over, about the man in the basement who knew her name. Around 6 a.m., Sarah called me. I'm still here. I stayed awake all night. I didn't wake up at the warehouse. That's good. That's really good. The police called. They found out who owns the warehouse. It's been abandoned for 5 years, but they're checking previous tenant records. They're also going to dust for prints in the basement. Over the next few days, the police investigation moved forward. They found prints that matched a man named David Carver, who had worked as a security guard at Sarah's office building. He'd been fired 3 months ago for inappropriate behavior. They arrested him at his apartment. He confessed to everything. He'd been stalking Sarah for months. He'd somehow gotten her routine down. Knew when she went to bed. Knew she was a heavy sleeper. He'd been breaking into her house, drugging her water bottle, and taking her to the warehouse while she was unconscious. Then he'd leave her on the corner before the drugs wore off. She'd wake up confused, call a ride home, and the cycle would repeat. She'd go to bed, drink the drugged water, and he'd take her again. He said he never hurt her. He just wanted to be near her. He said he loved her. Sarah's therapist said she might never fully remember all the times it happened. The drugs he used can cause memory loss. She might have been stuck in that loop for months. She moved out of state, changed her name. She texts me sometimes to let me know she's okay. I still drive for Ride now, but I never accept rides from that area of town anymore. And every time I pick up a passenger who seems confused or disoriented, I pay attention. Because you never know what kind of hell someone might be stuck in without even knowing it. Sarah was lucky. She broke the loop. But I keep thinking about how many people might be stuck in situations like that and no one realizes because they can't remember enough to ask for help. That's the scariest part, not the stalker in the warehouse, but the idea that your whole reality could be manufactured, that days or weeks or months of your life could be stolen, and you'd never know. Sarah knew something was wrong. She felt the loop. But what if she hadn't? What if she just accepted the confusion as normal? I think about that every night when I'm driving. I look at every passenger and wonder what their story is, what they might be going through that they don't fully understand. And I'm grateful that for Sarah at least, the loop is finally broken, and that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. My upstairs neighbor keeps dropping something heavy every night at exactly 2:47 a.m. I'm writing this at 3:15 a.m. because I just can't deal with this anymore. I need advice or validation or just to know I'm not losing my mind. I moved into my apartment in downtown Chicago 6 weeks ago. It's a vintage building from the 1920s, converted into studios and one-bedrooms. The rent is decent for the location, hardwood floors, big windows, exactly what I was looking for. I'm on the 4th floor, Unit 4B. The problem started my very first night. I was lying in bed around 2:30 a.m., almost asleep, when I heard the loudest thud I've ever heard in my life. It came from directly above me, from apartment 5B. It sounded like someone had dropped a bowling ball or a sack of concrete. The whole ceiling shook. Picture frames rattled on my walls. I sat up in bed, heart pounding, waiting to hear footsteps or voices or something that would explain what just fell. Nothing. Total silence. I checked my phone. 2:47 a.m. exactly. I figured maybe someone dropped something while moving furniture or unpacking. Annoying, but it was a one-time thing. I went back to sleep. The next night, same thing. 2:47 a.m. Thud. Same volume, Same intensity. My whole apartment vibrated. This time, I got out of bed and walked around. I was trying to figure out exactly where the sound was coming from. It seemed to be right above my bedroom, which would put it in the middle of the apartment above me. I stood there for 10 minutes, listening. No other sounds. No footsteps, no voices, no TV, nothing. The next morning, I went upstairs to talk to my neighbor. I knocked on the door of 5B. No answer. I knocked again, louder, still nothing. I tried the building manager. Her name is Carol, and she's probably 70 years old, been managing this building for 30 years. I asked her about the tenant in 5B. "Oh, 5B is vacant," she said. "Has been for about 3 months. We're renovating it before we put it back on the market." "Are you sure? I keep hearing loud noises from up there at night." She frowned. "That's impossible. The apartment is locked. No one has access except me and the contractors, and they only come during the day." "Could you check? Maybe there's a leak or the pipes are making noise or something." She agreed to take a look. We went up together, and she unlocked the door. The apartment was completely empty. No furniture, no boxes, nothing. The floors were covered in dust. You could see our footprints in it, and there were no other footprints anywhere. No one had been in this apartment recently. Carol checked every room, bedroom, bathroom, kitchen, closets, all empty. She checked the pipes, the radiator, the windows. Everything looked fine. "I don't know what to tell you," she said. "There's nothing here that could make a loud noise. Maybe it's coming from a different apartment, and the sound is traveling funny through the building. Old buildings do that." That made sense, I guess. Sound can be weird in old buildings. I thanked her and went back to my apartment. That night, 2:47 a.m. Thud. I grabbed my phone and opened the recording app. I wanted to document this. The next night, same thing. I recorded it. When I played it back, you could clearly hear the thud. It was loud, deep, and it was definitely coming from above. I started keeping a log. Every single night, without fail, at exactly 2:47 a.m., the thud happened. Not 2:46, not 2:48, exactly 2:47. After a week of this, I was exhausted. I wasn't sleeping well. I'd lie awake from about 2:30 onwards, tensed up, waiting for it. Even when I tried to fall asleep earlier, I'd wake up right before it happened, like my body was anticipating it. I posted about it on Reddit, on a subreddit for apartment living. Most people said it was probably pipes, or the building settling, or maybe an animal in the walls. A few people suggested it might be a prank. Someone with access to the empty apartment messing with me. That got me thinking. I asked Carol if I could have a key to 5B just for a week so I could investigate. She was hesitant, but eventually agreed, as long as I promised not to disturb anything since they were planning to renovate. That night, at 2:45 a.m., I went upstairs with my phone and a flashlight. I unlocked the door to 5B and went inside. The apartment had the same layout as mine. Bedroom on the right, bathroom straight ahead, kitchen and living area to the left. I went to the spot directly above where I sleep, which would be the middle of the bedroom. I stood there watching the clock on my phone. 2:46, my heart was pounding. 2:47, nothing happened. I waited, still nothing. No thud, no sound at all. Just silence. I walked through the entire apartment, checking every room. Nothing, no sound anywhere. Then I went back downstairs to my apartment. I lay down on my bed and checked my phone. 2:52 a.m. Had I somehow missed it? Was the sound not happening anymore? I was about to turn off my light when I heard it. Thud, right above me. I checked the time, 2:53 a.m., but I had just been up there. The apartment was silent at 2:47, so why did the thud happen at 2:53, 6 minutes later? Unless it didn't happen at the same time for everyone. The next night, I tried an experiment. I set up my phone to record in my bedroom, then went upstairs to 5B at 2:45. I recorded on my laptop up there too. At 2:47, nothing happened in 5B. I stayed until 2:55, then went back downstairs. I checked my phone recording. At 2:47, you could hear the thud, clear as day. But on the laptop recording from 5B, there was nothing. Complete silence. The sound was only happening in my apartment, or at least only I could hear it. That should have made me feel crazy, but actually it made me more convinced something was really wrong. Because my phone recordings proved the sound was real. It wasn't in my head. It was actually happening. I started researching the building's history. It was built in 1924, originally a hotel. In 1952, it was converted to apartments. I found old newspaper articles, building permits, historical society records. Then I found something interesting. An article from 1976, Tragedy at Riverside Apartments. A woman named Dorothy Kelvin had lived in apartment 5B. She was 34 years old, worked as a nurse. One night, she'd fallen in her apartment and hit her head on a corner of her dresser. She died from the head injury. Her body wasn't found for 3 days. The article said she was estimated to have died around 3 a.m. based on the coroner's report. I kept digging. I found Dorothy's obituary. There was a photo. A woman with dark curly hair smiling at the camera. She looked kind. The obituary said she was survived by her mother and a sister. I tried to find more details about how she died, but there wasn't much. Just that she'd fallen, hit her head, and died alone in her apartment. I thought about it. If she fell around 3 a.m. and I was hearing a thud at 2:47 a.m., that was 13 minutes before. Maybe the clocks were off in 1976, or maybe I had the time wrong. I went back through all my recordings. Every single one was at 2:47 a.m. exactly. Then I had another thought. What if it wasn't when she fell? What if it was something else? I started having dreams, weird, vivid dreams. I'd be in my apartment, but it would look different. The walls were a different color. The furniture was old-fashioned. I'd hear footsteps above me, pacing back and forth. Then a door would open, and the footsteps would come downstairs. In the dream, I'd get out of bed and walk to my door. I'd open it and look out into the hallway. There'd be a woman standing there, dark curly hair, wearing a nurse's uniform. She'd look at me and put her finger to her lips. Shh. Then I'd wake up, always at exactly 2:47 a.m., right as the thud happened. After 2 weeks of this, I was barely functioning. I was calling in, sick to work, sleeping during the day, avoiding my apartment at night. My friends were worried about me. One suggested I see a doctor, maybe get sleeping pills. I decided to try one more thing. I went to the library and looked through the archives of old newspapers on microfiche. I was searching for anything else about Dorothy Kelvin or apartment 5B. I found something. An article from 3 weeks before Dorothy died. It was small, just a few paragraphs buried in the crime section. Police are investigating a suspicious person reported in the Riverside Apartments building. Multiple residents have reported seeing a man in the hallways late at night who does not live in the building. The man is described as tall, wearing dark clothing. Anyone with information is asked to contact police. 3 weeks later, Dorothy was dead. The police ruled it an accident. But what if it wasn't? I started thinking about the timing. 2:47 a.m., what if that wasn't when she fell? What if that was when someone broke into her apartment? I imagined the scenario: Dorothy asleep in 5B. A sound wakes her at 2:47 a.m. Heavy footsteps. Someone coming into her apartment. She gets up startled. There's a confrontation. She runs, he chases. She falls or she's pushed and hits her head. The thud I was hearing wasn't her falling. It was the moment of the break-in. The moment everything went wrong. But why was I hearing it? Why was it repeating every night? I called Carol again and asked if I could see any records from 1976. Anything about Dorothy Kelvin's death or the investigation afterward. She said she didn't have anything that old, but she gave me the number of the building's owner, a property management company. I called them. The woman who answered said she'd have to check their archives. A week later, she called me back. They did have some files from 1976. She could send me copies. When the copies arrived, I went through everything. Maintenance records, tenant complaints, police reports. Most of it was routine stuff. But there was one police report from April 1976, a month after Dorothy died. A tenant in 4B, my apartment, had reported that someone had tried to break into their apartment in the middle of the night. They heard someone trying to doorknob, then footsteps running away. Police investigated, but found no signs of forced entry and no suspects. The tenant moved out 2 weeks later. I felt cold. Someone had tried to break into 4B. The same night Dorothy died, or around the same time, someone had been targeting apartments on the 4th floor. I looked at the tenant's name on the police report. Sarah Chen. I tried to find Sarah Chen. It took me days of searching, but I finally found an obituary. Sarah Chen had died in 1982, at age 56. The obituary mentioned she was survived by a daughter, Lisa Chen, living in Evanston. I found Lisa on Facebook. I sent her a message explaining who I was and why I was contacting her. I asked if her mother had ever talked about living at Riverside Apartments. She responded the next day. Yes, her mother had lived there briefly in the 1970s. She'd moved out suddenly and never wanted to talk about why. But Lisa remembered her mother having nightmares for years afterward. She'd wake up screaming about a man in the hallway, a man trying to get into the apartment. I asked if her mother had ever mentioned the woman who died upstairs. Lisa said yes. Her mother felt guilty about it. She'd heard noises from upstairs the night Dorothy died, heavy footsteps, thumping sounds, but she thought it was just Dorothy moving furniture or something. She didn't call the police or check on her. If she had, maybe Dorothy would have survived. After Dorothy's death, Sarah started hearing the sounds every night, a thud at the same time. She thought it was her imagination, guilt manifesting as auditory hallucinations, but it drove her out of the apartment. I thanked Lisa and ended the conversation. I sat in my apartment, trying to process everything. Dorothy Kelvin died in 5B in 1976. Someone had broken in or tried to break in. Maybe he killed her. Maybe she fell while trying to escape. Either way, she died. Sarah Chen, living in 4B, heard it happen. She heard the moment the intruder broke in, the heavy thud of a door being forced, or a body hitting the floor, or something else. And she did nothing. After Dorothy died, Sarah started hearing the sound every night. The same thud at the same time. A reminder of what she'd heard and ignored. Now, almost 50 years later, I was living in 4B, and I was hearing it too. But why? I didn't even know Dorothy. I had nothing to do with what happened to her. Unless that's not how it works, unless the sound isn't about guilt. It's about the space. The apartment itself holds the memory of that night, and anyone who lives in 4B hears it over and over the moment when Dorothy's life ended. I decided to test a theory. I asked Carol if anyone else had lived in 4B between 1976 and now. She pulled up the records, 4 tenants between Sarah Chin and me. None of them stayed longer than 6 months. I asked if she knew why they left. She said she didn't have details, but she remembered the last tenant before me complained about noise from upstairs. They broke their lease early. It wasn't just me. It wasn't just Sarah. Everyone who lived in 4B heard it. I had to make a decision. I could break my lease and leave like everyone else. Or I could try to do something about it. I know this sounds crazy, but I felt like I owed it to Dorothy. She died alone, possibly murdered, and no one did anything. Sarah heard it happening and didn't help. The police ruled it an accident and moved on. For almost 50 years, she's been forgotten, except for this sound, this nightly reminder that something terrible happened and no one cared enough to find out the truth. I went back to the police records. Dorothy's case was closed decades ago, but I wanted to know if there was anything else. I filed a FOIA request for any investigation records related to her death. It took 3 weeks, but I got a response. They sent me copies of the original police report, the coroner's report, and the investigation notes. The police had investigated it as a possible homicide initially. Dorothy had defensive wounds on her hands. There were signs of a struggle, but there were no witnesses, no suspects, and no forensic evidence that could prove someone else had been there. Eventually, they ruled it an accidental death due to lack of evidence. But one detective's notes stood out. He'd written, "Victim's neighbor in 4B reported hearing disturbance around 2:45, 3 a.m., but did not investigate. Could not definitively establish if disturbance was related to victim's death. No other witnesses." Sarah had told the police she heard something, but she didn't check, and the police couldn't prove it mattered. There was also a note about a suspect. Person of interest, building maintenance worker, Thomas Alvin, 28. Multiple tenants reported Alvin had made inappropriate comments to female residents. Alvin quit job 3 days after victim's death, unable to locate for interview. Thomas Alvin, a maintenance worker who had access to all the apartments, who'd been creeping out female tenants, who disappeared right after Dorothy died. I searched for Thomas Alvin. I found a record of him in the Illinois Criminal Database. He'd been arrested in 1978, 2 years after Dorothy's death, for breaking and entering. He served 3 years in prison. After that, the record went cold. I searched for obituaries, death records, anything. I finally found a death certificate. Thomas Alvin died in 2003, age 55, in Indiana. Cause of death: liver failure. He was dead. If he had killed Dorothy, he'd never been punished for it. He'd lived another 27 years and died of natural causes. I don't know what I expected to happen after I found all this out. Some kind of closure, maybe. A feeling that I'd solved a mystery. But that night, at 2:47 a.m., the thud still happened. I got out of bed and stood in the middle of my room, right under where the sound came from. I spoke out loud, feeling ridiculous but needing to do something. "Dorothy, I know what happened to you. I know someone hurt you. I'm sorry no one helped you. I'm sorry you were alone." The thud came right on time. But this time, after it, I heard something else. Footsteps, light ones, walking across the floor above me. Then they stopped. My door was locked, but I heard my doorknob turn. Slowly, like someone was testing it, I stood frozen, staring at the door. The knob turned all the way, then released. The footsteps moved away down the hallway outside my apartment. I ran to the door and looked through the peephole. The hallway was empty, but on the floor, right in front of my door, there was something. I unlocked the door and looked. It was a small piece of paper, yellowed with age. On it, in handwriting that looked old-fashioned, were 2 words, "Thank you." I picked it up. It felt real, solid. I brought it inside and examined it. The paper was thin, fragile, like it was decades old. The ink was faded, but legible. I kept the note. I didn't know what else to do with it. That night, for the first time in 6 weeks, the thud didn't happen at 2:47 a.m. I woke up at 2:50, confused by the silence. I checked my phone. It was definitely after 2:47. The sound hadn't happened. I stayed awake until 4 a.m., waiting, but nothing. The next night, same thing. No thud. Complete silence. It's been 3 days now. The sound hasn't come back. I'm sleeping through the night for the first time since I moved in. I don't know what happened. I don't know if Dorothy somehow heard me, if acknowledging what happened to her was enough to give her peace. I don't know if ghosts are real, or if this was all some weird psychological phenomenon related to the building structure and my subconscious knowledge of its history. All I know is that it stopped. Carol called me yesterday. She said something strange happened. The contractors who were supposed to renovate 5B went in to start work, and they found something behind a loose baseboard in the bedroom, a small box, hidden there for decades. Inside the box were personal items, a bracelet, some letters, a photo, all belonging to Dorothy Kelvin. The letters were from her mother, sent right before Dorothy died. One of them mentioned that Dorothy had been scared recently, that she'd told her mother she felt like someone was watching her. Carol asked if I wanted to see the items before she turned them over to the Historical Society. I said yes. The photo showed Dorothy smiling in her nurse's uniform. On the back, in the same handwriting from the note, it said, "First day at County Hospital, 1975. It was definitely her handwriting, which means the note I found was real. Somehow, impossibly, Dorothy had left me a thank you note. I gave everything to the Historical Society, along with all the research I'd done about her death. They're going to create a small exhibit about her life. It's not much, but at least she'll be remembered for more than just how she died." Last night, I had another dream. I was in my apartment, and I heard footsteps above me, but this time they were light, peaceful. I looked up at the ceiling, and I felt calm. When I woke up, I found another note on my bedside table. Same paper, same handwriting. I can rest now. I'm not scared anymore. I don't know if Dorothy's still here or if she's moved on. But I think she knows someone finally cared about what happened to her. Someone tried to find the truth. The building manager told me yesterday that they're going to put up a small plaque in the lobby mentioning Dorothy and other long-term residents who made the building their home. It's a small gesture, but it means something. I'm staying in the apartment. I signed a lease extension. 4B doesn't scare me anymore. If anything, it feels peaceful now, like a weight has been lifted. Sometimes at night, I think I hear light footsteps above me, but they're not heavy or menacing. They're just someone walking around their home. Finally, at peace. And I sleep through the night, every night, without any interruptions. Whatever happened, whatever was causing that sound, it's over now. Dorothy can rest, and so can I. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. Chernobyl's Unquiet Ashes, The Night, Lyudmila Ignatenko. Fed me borscht in the house of clicking counters. The bus dropped me at the Dityatai checkpoint just after dawn, the tires crunching over the same cracked asphalt that had carried fire trucks, ambulances, and fleeing families 38 years ago. My dosimeter, clipped to my jacket pocket, already registered 0.0 USVH. Background radiation, the guide had called it. Harmless. I adjusted the respirator on my face, the rubber seal pressing uncomfortably against my cheeks, and shouldered my backpack. Inside, extra batteries, iodine tablets, a Geiger counter I'd bought online for $89.99, and a digital camera worth more than my apartment. I was here to document the silence, to capture the way nature had swallowed a city whole. What I hadn't told the tour group was that I'd bribed a bored security guard with a carton of Marlboros to let me stay behind after they left. 8 hours alone in Pripyat. 8 hours to find the places the tourists never saw. The bus rumbled away, leaving me standing in a cloud of diesel fumes and dust that glittered like powdered glass in the weak morning sun. Silence rushed in to fill the void, a thick, muffled silence broken only by the distant cry of a hawk and the rustle of birch leaves. I walked down Lenina Street, past skeletal apartment blocks with blown-out windows like empty eye sockets. Vines snaked up crumbling fire escapes. A child's red tricycle lay overturned near a rusted ladder, half buried in moss. My boots crunched on broken glass and something else, fine gray ash that clung to my soul. Fuel-containing material, the guide had called it, corium, the lava of a melted nuclear heart. I kept my eyes on the dosimeter. 0.25 USVAH near the kindergarten. 0.31 near the swimming pool. Still safe. Barely. I found a hospital last. It wasn't on any tourist map. A hulking concrete relic on the outskirts of town, its entrance partially collapsed. The emergency doors bent inward, as if something enormous had forced its way out. The air here tasted different, sharp, metallic, like licking a battery. My dosimeter jumped to 1.8 USVH. I hesitated. This was where they'd brought the first responders, the firefighters. Men who'd walked into a burning reactor core thinking it was an electrical fire, their skin already blistering, their lungs filling with radioactive steam. Their boots had been dumped in the basement, the guide had whispered, along with their clothes. All still too hot to touch. I pushed through the rubble-strewn foyer. Dust motes danced in the slivers of light spearing through the shattered roof. The walls were stained with water damage and something darker, long rust-colored streaks that looked like old blood. I descended the stairs to the basement, my headlamp cutting a shaky beam through the gloom. The air grew colder, damper. The smell hit me first. Mildew, yes, but beneath it, the sweet, cloying reek of decay and underneath that, the ozone tank of radiation. My dosimeter spiked to 4.7 USVH. I should have turned back, but my camera felt heavy in my hands. One shot, I told myself. One shot of the boots. The basement was a tomb. Water dripped steadily from pipes overhead, echoing like a slow heartbeat. My headlamp beam swept across overturned gurneys, shattered glass vials, and then, there, piled in a corner like discarded firewood, a heap of heavy rubber boots. Firefighter boots. They were coated in a thick gray sludge that seemed to glitter faintly in the light. My Geiger counter, clipped to my belt, began clicking, softly at first, then faster. Click, 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 a warning. I raised my camera, framing the boots in the viewfinder. As I pressed the shutter, the flash exploded in the darkness, a blinding white burst that illuminated the entire room for a fraction of a second. In that flash, I saw her, standing behind the boots, pale as bone, was a woman. She wore a faded blue dress spattered with dark stains. Her hair was matted, her face gaunt, shadows pooling in the hollows of her eyes. But it was her hands that froze my blood, clenched tight around a small soot-streaked teddy bear. She wasn't looking at me. She was staring down at the boots, her lips moving silently. The flash died. Darkness swallowed her. The Geiger counter screamed a frantic, insectile whine. My dosimeter read 12.3 USVH. I stumbled back, crashing into a metal cabinet. Vials shattered on the floor. The clicking intensified, merging into a continuous, shrieking buzz. Sasha? Her voice was a dry rasp, like pages turning in a ruined book. It came from everywhere and nowhere. Sasha, you're late. The doctor said you'd be home by supper. I fumbled for the door, my breath ragged inside the respirator. The beam of my headlamp jerked wildly across the walls. For a second, I saw her reflection in a puddle of standing water. A woman holding a child's hand, walking toward the reactor's glow. But when I looked up, the basement was empty, except for the boots. The Geiger counter's scream dropped to a low, ominous hum. 8.1 USVH. I backed up the stairs, my heart hammering against my ribs. At the top, I yanked off the respirator, gasping the relatively cleaner air of the ruined foyer. My hands were shaking so badly I dropped the camera. It clattered on the concrete. As I bent to grab it, my dosimeter caught on a rusted pipe. The plastic casing cracked. The display went dark. I left the broken dosimeter behind. I ran. I didn't stop until I reached the overgrown courtyard of the Azure swimming pool, where, according to local guides, children had played in the water while radioactive dust snowed down on them from the sky. I collapsed on a crumbling bench, sweat stinging my eyes, the taste of copper thick on my tongue. Radiation sickness. A cold voice whispered in my head. Nausea, fatigue, metallic taste. I dry heaved into the weeds, but nothing came up. My camera, I still had my camera. I powered it on, scrolling frantically through the shots. The boots, the empty corner, the boots again. No woman, no teddy bear, just shadows and dust. Relief washed over me so profound it made me dizzy. Hallucination, stress, the radiation messing with my head. I deleted the photos from the basement, my thumb trembling on the button. I spent the next few hours wandering the abandoned amusement park. The Ferris wheel stood frozen against the sky, its gondolas hanging like rotten fruit. The bumper cars were rusted skeletons. My Geiger counter stayed silent, registering only 0.15 USVH, normal background. I took photos. The skeletal swing set draped in ivy, a gas mask half buried in dandelions, the faded mural of smiling children on the kindergarten wall. I was beginning to believe the basement had been a nightmare, a bad dream, born of fear and too much history. Dusk was falling when I found the kindergarten. Not the tourist one with the dolls and tiny chairs, but a smaller overgrown building on the edge of the red forest. Its windows were boarded, but the front door hung open, swaying slightly in the breeze. The Geiger counter remained quiet. Turbo Model 18, USVH. I stepped inside. The smell hit me first. Wet plaster, mold, and beneath it, that same metallic tang from the hospital basement. But overlaying it was something else. The faint, sweet scent of lavender. Sunlight slanted through broken roof tiles, illuminating dust motes dancing above rows of tiny overturned chairs. Crayon drawings still clung to the walls. Stick figure families under yellow suns. A crude blue river, labeled Dnipro. I moved deeper into the building, past a play kitchen with miniature pots coated in gray dust. In a corner classroom, a single intact doll sat propped against the wall. Its glass eyes stared blankly ahead. I raised my camera. As the shutter clicked, the temperature plummeted. My breath fogged in the headlamp beam. The Geiger counter on my belt erupted, not a whine, but a sustained, deafening shriek. 15.6 USVH. I spun around, headlamp beam cutting through the sudden gloom. The door I'd entered through was gone. In its place was a solid brick wall covered in peeling wallpaper printed with faded cartoon rabbits. The lavender scent intensified, mixed now with the smell of burnt hair. "You took his photo," the voice whispered. It came from the corner where the doll sat. But the doll was gone. In its place stood the woman from the basement. Her blue dress was cleaner now, but her arms were streaked with soot. The teddy bear was tucked under one arm. Her eyes weren't hollow anymore. They were wide, terrified. They won't let him rest. They keep taking his photo, his picture. It hurts him. She took a step forward. Her bare feet made no sound on the dusty floorboards. Sasha only wanted to save the children. He ran toward the fire, toward the light. They said it was bright, beautiful. A tear traced a clean line through the grime on her cheek. But it wasn't light. It was hunger. It ate him alive, and now they won't let him sleep. I backed away, my heel crunching on broken glass. "I'm sorry," I choked out, the words muffled by the respirator I'd yanked back on. "I didn't know. I'll delete them, all of them." She tilted her head, a childlike gesture that made my stomach clench. Delete? She didn't understand the word. Like when they erased his name from the memorial wall? Like when they buried him in Lyd? She took another step. The Geiger counter's shriek deepened, vibrating against my hip. "You carry his ash on your shoes. I smell it. I smell him. You're late, my love. The soup is cold." She reached out a hand, not skeletal, but real, flesh and blood, yet glowing faintly in the darkness with a soft, sickly green luminescence. "Come home. The little one cries for you." I couldn't move. Her eyes held mine, and in them I didn't see a ghost. I saw Lyudmila Ignatenko, the wife of firefighter Vasily Ignatenko, who died screaming after 3 weeks in a Moscow hospital. His body so radioactive they buried him encased in zinc and concrete. I'd read her memoir, Voices from Chernobyl. She'd described holding his hand as his skin peeled off like paper. She'd described bribing nurses to let her sit with him long after visitors were banned. She described a state sealing his file, erasing his sacrifice. This wasn't a spirit. This was grief made manifest. Grief that refused to be buried. Grief that clung to the dust, the ash, the very air of this place. "I'm not Sasha," I whispered. Her hand froze inches from my face. The green glow flickered. Confusion clouded her eyes. "No," she sniffed the air. "You smell of his boots, of the fire, of the waiting room." She lowered her hand slowly. "But you are not my Sashenka." A sob racked her thin frame. "Then who will hold my hand when they take me? Who will tell them I was not afraid?" The brick wall behind her shimmered. For a second I saw the real door, the splintered wood, the overgrown courtyard beyond. "Lyudmila," I said, the name tearing from my throat before I could stop it. "Your Sasha was brave. Everyone knows. Everyone remembers." Her head snapped up. "Lies." The word was a hiss. The temperature dropped further. Frost bloomed across the windows. The Geiger counter hit 28.4 USVH, a lethal dose in minutes. They buried his file. They buried me in a new apartment far from home. They said, "Be quiet, widow. Your tears are inconvenient." She clutched the teddy bear tighter. "He promised he'd come back for Masha's 5th birthday. He promised." Masha, her daughter, the one who died of thyroid cancer at 16, the one Lyudmila had held as she took her last breath, whispering, "Forgive me, I should have run faster. I did the only thing I could think of." I pulled a camera from my bag, not to take a photo. I held it out to her, screen glowing in the dark. On it was the last shot I'd taken, the doll in the corner. "Look," I said, my voice steady despite the tremor in my hands. "This is Masha's doll, from the classroom. She left it behind when she ran, but it's still here, waiting, just like you're waiting for Sasha." Lyudmila stared at the screen. Her glowing hand hovered over the image. "Mashenka's bear," she whispered. She called it Grisha. "This is Grisha," I said gently, pointing to the teddy bear tucked under her arm. "That is Anya, her best friend." I tapped the screen. Anya waited, just like you wait. But Masha didn't forget her. She carried her in her heart. A sound escaped Lyudmila, not a sob, but a soft, broken breath. The green glow around her dimmed. The frost on the windows began to melt. The Geiger counter's shriek softened to a low click. Click, 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 5.2 USVH. "Mashenka," she whispered. "She never cried when they took Sasha away. She was so brave, like her papa." "She remembers him," I said. "Everyone does. That's why I came. To show the world, to show them what happened, to remember Sasha, to remember you." Lyudmila looked down at Grisha, then at the image of Anya on my screen. A tear fell, sizzling faintly where it hit the dusty floorboards. "They erased his file," she repeated, but the anger was gone. Only exhaustion remained. "They said his sacrifice was classified, that I must be silent." "No one erases love," that I said. The words felt hollow, inadequate, but they were all I had. "Not really. It stays, in the dust, in the ash, in the stories." I wiped my own eyes with a gloved hand. "I'll tell your story. I'll tell Sasha's story, I promise." She studied me for a long moment. The green luminescence faded completely. She looked like an ordinary woman now. Tired, heartbroken, but human. "You carry his ash," she said softly. "Wash your boots before you leave. The children play in this forest now. Let them have clean earth." She turned toward the shimmering brick wall. It dissolved as she walked through it, revealing the twilight courtyard. "Go now," she said without looking back. "The gates close at 8, and the soldiers do not like latecomers." I ran. I didn't stop until I reached the Dityatai checkpoint, my lungs burning, my boots heavy with radioactive mud. The guard barely glanced at my passport before waving me through. In the decontamination shower at the exit station, I scrubbed my skin raw, watching gray water swirl down the drain. They scanned me twice. "Slightly elevated," the technician muttered, frowning at his screen. "Nothing dangerous, probably just dust." He handed me a certificate listing my exposure, 18.7 millisieverts. Twice the annual limit for nuclear workers. I didn't care. I was alive. I flew home that night, developed the photos in a dark room I rented by the hour. The shots from the basement were all corrupted, static, streaks of green light, shadows that didn't match the architecture. I deleted them. The kindergarten photos were pristine. The doll, the crayon drawings, the swing set in the overgrown park. I kept only one image from the basement, a close-up of the firefighter boots, half submerged in gray sludge. In the corner of the frame, just visible in the flash's edge, was a small gloved handprint on the wall, not mine. I wrote Lyudmila's story. I wrote Sasha's story. I wrote about Masha. I submitted it to journals, to publishers, to online forums. Every rejection letter cited the same reason. Too speculative, not scientifically rigorous. Chernobyl is a tragedy, not a ghost story. The photos were dismissed as atmospheric but unverified. I stopped trying to publish. I kept the photos in a box under my bed. 3 months after I returned, the nausea started. A persistent metallic taste. Fatigue that sleep couldn't cure. My doctor ran tests, blood work, scans. "Unexplained cytopenia," he said, frowning at the results. "Low platelets, low white count. Could be viral, could be stress." He didn't mention radiation, but when I showed him the certificate from the checkpoint, his face tightened. 18 millisieverts is high, he admitted, but not this high. Your levels, they're consistent with acute exposure months ago, not a single visit. I didn't correct him. I knew when the exposure happened. It wasn't in the basement. It was when Lyudmila's glowing hand had hovered near my face, when her tears had sizzled on the floor. The nightmares began soon after, not of radiation burns or melting skin, of a small apartment in Slavutich, a pot of borscht simmering on a stove, a woman in a blue dress humming a lullaby, while a little girl with dark braids plays with a teddy bear on a worn rug. The doorbell rings. The woman smiles, wiping her hands on an apron. "Sasha, you're home early." She opens the door, but no one is there, only cold wind. She calls his name into the empty hall. Sashenka. The lullaby starts again, but it's coming from the empty street, from the dead trees, from the dust on my boots. Last Tuesday, I found a single tiny shoe on my doorstep, a child's red sneaker caked in gray mud. I'd never seen it before. I left it there. The next morning, it was gone, but on my windowsill, drawn in the condensation, were 3 words: "Wash your boots." I bought a new pair of boots, heavy, rubber-soled work boots. I left them on the porch. That night, I heard scratching at the door, not loud, persistent, like small fingers dragging through dirt. I pressed my ear to the wood. Beneath the scratching was a whisper, not Lyudmila's voice, a child's voice. "Anya's cold," it said. "Grisha's scared. Will you play with us?" I haven't slept in my bed since. I sleep on the couch, the lights on, the door locked with 3 deadbolts. My Geiger counter sits on the coffee table. It hasn't clicked once, but my skin itches. My gums bleed when I brush my teeth. And every night, just after midnight, the scratching starts again. Softer now, patient, accompanied by the faint, sweet scent of lavender. This morning, I found a crayon drawing tucked under my windshield wiper, a crude picture of a family. A tall man with a firefighter's helmet, a woman in a blue dress, a little girl holding a teddy bear, and a 4th figure, a stick man with a camera, all standing under a bright yellow sun. In the corner, written in shaky Cyrillic letters, Sasha says thank you. I keep the drawing on my dashboard. I drive with the windows down, letting the wind blow through the car. I no longer check the Geiger counter. I know what it would show. The ash isn't just in Pripyat. It's in my lungs, in my blood, in the marrow of my bones. Lyudmila was right. You can't wash it off. It's part of you now. Last night, the scratching stopped. Instead, a soft tapping on the glass. I didn't look. I knew what I'd see. Small hands pressed against the window, pale faces peering in, waiting. I turned off the lights, sat in the dark. The tapping continued, gentle, insistent. "We're here," the child's voice whispered through the glass. "We brought borscht." I unlocked the door. The house is quiet now. The lights are off. But on the kitchen table, 2 bowls of steaming borscht sit under a chipped blue plate. Beside them, a single rain-dampened gas mask. I haven't eaten it, but I haven't thrown it out. The Geiger counter on the counter clicks softly, steadily, like a heartbeat. They're not ghosts. Not really. They're the ones who stayed, the ones who loved too hard to leave. And they've decided I'm not leaving either. The dosimeter on my wrist glows faintly in the dark, 28.4 USVH and climbing. But the borscht smells like home. Lyudmila hums in the other room, a lullaby I almost remember. Masha's laughter bubbles up from the hallway. "Papa!" she calls. "Look, he washed his boots." I pick up the spoon. My hands don't shake anymore. The radiation has settled into my bones like old grief. It doesn't hurt, not yet. Outside, the wind carries the scent of pine from the red forest. Inside, the house is warm, full. I take a bite of borscht. It tastes of beets and earth and something sweet, something like forgiveness. The Geiger counter clicks faster. Click, click, click. A rhythm, a welcome. I finish the bowl. I'll wash it later. For now, I just listen to the hum, the laughter, the soft padding of bare feet on the floorboards, waiting for the knock on the door, waiting for Sasha to come home. The ash is in my teeth. The cold is in my blood. But for the first time since I left Pripyat, I am not alone. I am not afraid. The house is full of ghosts, and they are so hungry for company. I set the empty bowl down. "More?" Lyudmila asks from the doorway, her eyes glowing faintly green in the dark. I nod. "Yes," I say. "Please, I'm starved." The counter clicks its agreement. Click, click, click. Outside, the first snow begins to fall, gray flakes, warm as tears, and that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I downloaded an app that translates dead languages. It just started translating the silence in my apartment. I am an archivist for a mid-sized university museum in New England. My job, for the most part, is quiet. I spend my days in a sub-basement that smells of dust and vinegar, stabilizing old manuscripts, cataloging vellum scrolls, and digitizing letters from people who have been dead for 300 years. I like the silence. I've always preferred the company of history to the company of the living. The dead don't make small talk. The dead don't ask you why you're 35 and single. The dead just wait to be read. I found the app on a forum for linguistic cryptography. It wasn't on the App Store or Google Play. It was a beta build, hosted on a private server. The thread was titled Project Acheron, Neural Network Translation for Non-Standard Syntax. The description claimed it used a new kind of AI architecture, quantum natural language processing, to decipher texts that had previously been considered untranslatable. Linear A, the Voynich manuscript, Proto-Elamite. The developer, a user named VoidWalker99, claimed the AI didn't just look for patterns in letters, it looked for intent in the data structure. It sounded like pseudo-scientific garbage, but I was desperate. I had a backlog of 17th century cipher journals from a local occultist that had stumped me for months. I downloaded the APK file. The icon was a simple black square with a white, jagged line running through it. I installed it on my tablet last Friday. I set the tablet up on my workstation, opened the app, and pointed the camera at the cipher. The interface was austere. No menus, no settings, just a camera view and a text box at the bottom overlaying reality. It worked instantly. It was terrifyingly fast. The gibberish symbols on the parchment shimmered on the screen, replaced by glowing green English text. The journal wasn't a spell book. It was a ledger of debts. Boring, mundane, but translated perfectly. I spent the next 6 hours feeding it everything I had. It cracked codes I'd spent years agonizing over. I felt a rush of adrenaline that only a massive nerd understands. I was unlocking secrets. At 8 p.m., the automatic lights in the archives flickered and dimmed to night mode. I decided to pack up. I left the app open on the tablet as I cleaned my glasses. The tablet was propped up against a stack of books, the camera pointing out into the empty, darkened aisle of the archive shelves. I was reaching for my bag when the tablet pinged, a soft, digital chime. I looked at the screen. A text box had appeared at the bottom. "It is cold in the rose." I frowned. I looked at the parchment in front of the lens. I had already moved the journal. The camera was pointing at empty air. Just the metal shelving units and the darkness between them. I wiped the lens. Maybe it was picking up a pattern in the dust, or the spine of a book looked like text. Ping. "He is cleaning the glass. He cannot see us." My blood went cold. I froze, holding my glasses cloth. I looked around the room. Hello? Silence. Just the hum of the HVAC system, the settling of the building. I looked back at the screen. The green text was floating in the augmented reality overlay, hovering in the middle of the aisle, roughly at head height. Ping. "He speaks to the air. He thinks he is alone." I grabbed the tablet. I tapped the screen, trying to find a reset or calibration button. There was nothing. The AI was interpreting visual data. But what data? There was nothing there. "This is a bug," I whispered. "It's a glitched predictive text algorithm." Ping. "Not a bug. We are the syntax of the void." I shut the tablet off. I shoved it in my bag. I practically ran out of the building. I told myself I was exhausted. I told myself that staring at handwriting for 10 hours had fried my brain and the AI was just hallucinatory software. I went home to my apartment. I live on the 3rd floor of a brownstone. It's a safe space, thick walls, double locks. I poured myself a glass of wine and ordered Thai food. I refused to look at the tablet, but curiosity is a disease. Around 11 p.m., after 2 glasses of Merlot, I pulled the tablet out. I needed to debug it. I needed to prove it was just picking up random noise and assigning words to it. That's what AI does. It hallucinates meaning where there is none. I sat on my sofa. My living room was lit only by the street lamps outside. I turned the tablet on. I opened Project Acheron. I pointed the camera at my white living room wall. A blank canvas, no patterns. The screen remained clear for a minute. Then a flicker. Ping. The wine makes his blood slow. I stared at the wall. Nothing. I looked at the screen. The text was anchored to the corner of the ceiling, right above the floor lamp. Ping. He brought the eye into the house. We have been waiting for an eye. Who are you? I asked, my voice trembling. The text didn't change based on my voice. The app didn't use a microphone. It used the camera. It was reading something. Ping. We are the residents of the spaces between. We are the static. I stood up and panned the camera around the room. The living room was full of them. Not them, in a visual sense. I couldn't see monsters. But the screen was filled with text boxes. They were floating on the sofa, standing by the window, hanging from the ceiling fan. Hungry, cold, touches hair. Look at the skin. It is soft. There were dozens of distinct voices, represented by different spatial tags. I ran to the kitchen. I pointed the camera at the sink. Drown. I pointed it at the knife block. Cut. I dropped the tablet on the counter. It clattered loudly. I backed away, breathing hard. This was an elaborate prank. Someone had hacked the tablet. They were watching me through the camera and typing these things. That had to be it. A hacker. Void Walker Dynatine. I grabbed a piece of duct tape from my junk drawer and taped over the camera lens. Ha! I said, my voice cracking. Try seeing now. I looked at the screen. It was black, obviously, because the lens was covered, but the text boxes appeared anyway. Ping. You cannot blind the algorithm, Thomas. It does not see light. It sees the waveform of reality. It used my name. I didn't sleep that night. I locked myself in the bathroom with the lights on. I left the tablet in the kitchen. The next morning, Saturday, I decided to go to the source. I needed to find the developer. I went to the forum where I downloaded the app. The thread was gone. Deleted. I searched the user Void Walker 999. I found one result. A cached news article from a local paper in Oregon, dated 4 years ago. Local programmer missing. Police find disturbing setup in basement. The article detailed the disappearance of a man named Eric Vance. He was a brilliant coder who had become obsessed with instrumental transcommunication, ITC, the idea of using technology to talk to spirits. Police found his basement filled with servers, cameras, and microphones running 24/7, but Eric was gone. There was no body. Just a final entry in his digital log that read, I have compiled the code. I am going to upload myself. I sat in the coffee shop, reading this on my phone, feeling nausea roll over me if the code was him or opened by him. I went back to my apartment. I had to destroy the tablet. It was the bridge. When I unlocked my door, the air in the apartment felt heavy. It felt pressurized like the cabin of an airplane. I walked into the kitchen. The tablet was where I left it, but the tape was gone. I had taped the lens. I remembered doing it. I remembered the texture of the silver duct tape. The tape was peeled off, crumpled into a ball, and sitting next to the device. I picked up the tablet. The battery was at 1%. The app was open. The screen was pointing at me. There was only one text box on the screen now. It was large. It was red. And it was hovering directly over my own chest in the image. "You are a vessel. We fit inside." I smashed the tablet. I didn't hesitate. I took a meat tenderizer from the drawer and I brought it down on the screen until it was nothing but glass dust and twisted metal. I threw the debris into a trash bag and took it to the dumpster outside. I felt better. I felt like I had excised a tumor. I spent the rest of the day out of the house. I went to a movie. I walked in the park. I needed noise. I needed life. I came home at 10 p.m. I sat on my couch. I turned on my smart TV to watch Netflix. The TV screen flickered. It wasn't the Netflix logo. It was the camera feed. My smart TV has a built-in camera for gesture control and Skype. I never use it. I forgot it was even there. The image on the massive 65-inch screen was my living room, grainy and low light. And sitting on the couch, staring at the TV was me. And standing behind the couch were the words. They weren't just text boxes anymore. The text was clustering. It was forming shapes. Thousands of tiny words: hate, envy, cold, take, skin, were swarming together like bees to form a silhouette. A tall human-shaped silhouette made entirely of green text, standing directly behind my head. I couldn't move. I stared at the TV. The text figure raised a hand. The hand was made of the word reach, repeated 1,000 times. It reached down toward my head on the screen. On the TV, I saw the figure touch me. In reality, I felt it. It felt like a bucket of ice water was poured down my spine, but it went deeper. It felt like freezing fingers pushing through my scalp into the gray matter of my brain. I screamed and threw the remote at the TV. The screen cracked, but the image didn't die. The figure made of words leaned closer to my ear on the screen. New text appeared, massive, scrolling across the bottom like a breaking news ticker. "We do not need the device anymore. We have learned the pathway." I ran out of the apartment, down the stairs, into the street. I'm writing this from a 24-hour diner 3 blocks away. I have been here for 6 hours. The waitress thinks I'm homeless. Maybe I am. I can't go back there. But the terrifying thing isn't the apartment. It's my eyes. About an hour ago, I blinked, and when I opened my eyes for a split second, I didn't see the diner menu. I saw text, overlaying the waitress's face, in faint, glowing green letters. She is tired. She has a weak heart. I looked at my coffee cup. Poison. Slow. Caffeine. I looked at the window. They are gathering outside. It's not in the app anymore. It's in my optic nerve. The code uploaded itself to me. I am the new interface, and the silence. The silence isn't silent anymore. I can hear them reading the text. I can hear 1,000 whispering voices narrating the world around me, judging it, hungry for it. The waitress is walking over to me now. I can see the text floating above her head. He knows too much. Cut the feed. She's holding a coffee pot, but the text on the pot says, "Scald." She tripped. Hot coffee is everywhere. It burns, but as I'm screaming, I see the text appearing on my own burning arm. Pain is data. Uploading. I have to stop writing. My hands are starting to type things I'm not thinking. If you see a link for Project Acheron, don't click it. And if you're in a quiet room right now and you feel a sudden chill, don't look behind you, because now that I've told you about them, new user detected. Found you, and that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I took a job as a night watchman at a remote hospice. The patients haven't moved in years, but their shadows do. The advertisement was taped to the window of a laundromat in a town that barely registered on Google Maps. It was a single sheet of yellowed paper, curled at the edges, written in the frantic, jagged loops of an old typewriter. Night caretaker, needed, St. Jude's Palliative Care Center. No medical experience required. $500 per night. Cash. $500 a night for a college dropout drowning in student loans and driving a Honda Civic that sounded like it was gargling gravel. That kind of money wasn't just appealing. It was a lifeline. I didn't question why the pay was so high for a job that required zero skills. I didn't question why a hospice was hiring via a laundromat flyer. Desperation has a way of putting blinders on a man. I called the number. A woman answered on the first ring. Her voice sounded like dry leaves scraping over concrete. She didn't ask for my name, my references, or my background. She just asked if I could stay awake from sundown to sunup. When I said yes, she gave me an address and told me to be there by 8 p.m. sharp. The drive took 2 hours. I left the interstate and turned onto a state highway, then a county road, and finally a gravel track that wound its way up into the dense, suffocating pine forests of the Cascades. The trees were tall here, ancient things that blotted out the twilight, creating a tunnel of shadows that seemed to swallow my headlights. The deeper I drove, the heavier the air felt. My ears popped. The radio static grew louder until it drowned out the music, forcing me to drive in silence. St. Jude's wasn't a hospital. It was a manor house, a Victorian monstrosity of dark wood and stone perched on a cliff edge overlooking a valley of black mist. It had turrets and gables and windows that looked like heavy-lidded eyes. The ivy climbing the walls was dead, a brown, skeletal web choking the masonry. I parked my car in the gravel circle. The engine sputtered and died before I even turned the key. Silence rushed in to fill the void, a heavy ringing silence that felt pressurized. The front door opened before I reached the steps. A woman stood there. She was impossibly tall, wearing a stiff gray nurse's uniform that looked like it belonged in the 1950s. Her hair was pulled back into a bun so tight it pulled the skin of her face taut, giving her a permanent skull-like grin. "You're late," she said. Her lips didn't seem to move enough to form the words. "It's 7:58, I said, checking my watch. "Time flows differently at altitude," she replied cryptically. She stepped aside. "Come in. Do not let the heat out." I stepped into the foyer. The smell hit me instantly. It wasn't the smell of a hospital, no antiseptic or bleach. It smelled of lavender, heavy and cloying, masking something underneath. Something sweet and rotten, like spoiled meat, buried under a bouquet of flowers. The air was stiflingly hot. The radiator pipes running along the walls hissed and clanked rhythmically. "I am Matron Halloway," she said, locking the heavy oak door behind me. The sound of the deadbolt sliding home echoed like a gunshot. "You are here to watch the third floor, the west wing." "Just the third floor?" I asked. "The other floors are dormant," she said. She didn't elaborate. She handed me a heavy iron ring with 3 keys. "The brass key opens a stairwell. The silver key opens a supply closet. The black key—" "You must never use the black key. It is for the basement. There is nothing in the basement that concerns you. Do you understand?" "Yes," I lied. I was already curious. Your duties are simple, she continued, leading me up a grand staircase where the carpet was worn threadbare in a distinct path up the center. Walk the hall, check the doors, ensure the residents remain in their beds. If the boiler acts up, bleed the radiator in the hallway, not the rooms. And most importantly, she stopped on the landing, turning to face me. Her eyes were a milky pale blue. Do not speak to them. No matter what you hear, no matter what they say, do not engage. They talk? I asked. I thought this was palliative care, end of life. They dream, she whispered, and their dreams are contagious. We reached the 3rd floor. It was a long, narrow corridor lined with dark wood paneling. The floor was covered in a runner rug with a complex, dizzying geometric pattern. There were 12 doors, 6 on each side. I will return at dawn, Matron Holloway said. There is a thermos of coffee in the nurse's station. Do not sleep. If you sleep, you may not wake up as yourself. With that cheerful piece of advice, she turned and descended the stairs. I listened to her footsteps fade, click, 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 until the heavy door at the bottom of the stairwell slammed shut. I was alone. I went to the nurse's station, a small alcove halfway down the hall. It was dusty. The computer was an ancient CRT monitor that hummed with a high-pitched whine. On the desk was a ledger. I opened it. It was a logbook. The names of the patients were written in elegant script. Room 301, Mr. Blackwood. Room 302, Mrs. Gable. Room 303, the twins. Room 304, unknown. Unknown? How could a patient be unknown? I decided to do my first round. I needed to see what I was dealing with. I walked to room 301. The door was heavy oak, no window. I turned the handle slowly and peered inside. The room was lit only by the moonlight filtering through the heavy velvet drapes. In the center was a hospital bed. Lying in it was a figure. Mr. Blackwood was ancient. His skin was like parchment paper stretched over a bundle of twigs. He was impossibly thin. His mouth was open, a black cavern in his face. He wasn't connected to any machines, no heart monitor, no IV drip. He was perfectly still. I watched his chest. It didn't rise. It didn't fall. I stepped closer. Mr. Blackwood? I whispered, breaking the rule immediately. Nothing. I leaned in to check for breath. The air around him was freezing cold despite the stifling heat of the hallway. Then I saw his eyes. They were open, staring at the ceiling, but they weren't human eyes. They were flat, matte black, like a shark's, and they were dry. I backed out of the room and shut the door. My heart was hammering. He looked dead. He looked like he had been dead for weeks. I checked room 302. Mrs. Gable. Same thing. Withered, motionless, no machines, staring at the ceiling with those dead black eyes. I went through every room. 12 rooms, 12 corpses, or things that looked like corpses. None of them breathed. None of them moved. I went back to the nurse's station and sat down. My hands were shaking. I poured a cup of coffee from the thermos. It was lukewarm and tasted bitter like ash. I looked at the time. 10:15 p.m., 8 hours to go. It's just a storage facility, I muttered to myself, trying to rationalize it. They're dead, and the matron is just keeping them here until what? Funerals? At 11 p.m., the sounds started. It began as a scratching noise, like rats in the walls. I tried to ignore it. Old houses have rats. But then the scratching changed. It became rhythmic. Scritch, scritch, scritch. It was coming from the floorboards, directly beneath my feet. I moved my chair back. The scratching followed me. Then a thud, loud and wet. coming from room 306. I grabbed a heavy flashlight I'd brought from my car. I walked down the hall to room 306. The nameplate said, Captain Miller. I stood outside the door. Silence. Then another thud, like a side of beef being dropped on the floor. I threw the door open and shone the light inside. Captain Miller was in his bed. He hadn't moved. He was still staring at the ceiling with those shark eyes. But the bed had moved. When I checked earlier, the bed was in the center of the room. Now it was pushed up against the far wall under the window. I scanned the floor. There were drag marks in the dust. But they didn't lead to the bed. They led from the bed to the door, and then back again, as if he had gotten up, walked to the door to listen to me, and then scrambled back into bed when I approached. "I know you're awake," I said, my voice trembling. The corpse of Captain Miller didn't blink, but slowly the corners of his mouth twitched, a dry crackling sound like tearing paper. He smiled. It was a wide, impossible smile that revealed gums black with rot. I slammed the door and backed away. I locked it from the outside, using the master key on the ring. I retreated to the nurse's station. I pulled the ledger toward me. I needed to know who these people were. I flipped back through the pages. The dates went back. November 2023, October 2023, September 1994, August 1952, July 1921. I stopped. The handwriting was the same names. Mr. Blackwood, Mrs. Gable, Captain Miller. They had been checked in decades ago. These people weren't dying. They were persisting. At midnight, the temperature dropped. The radiator pipes groaned and fell silent. The oppressive heat vanished, replaced by a bone-deep chill that made my breath fog in the air, and the shadows detached. I was watching the hallway. The only light came from the small lamp on my desk. It cast long shadows from the door frames across the patterned rug. I watched as the shadow of room 304's doorframe stretched. It grew longer. It bent in the middle, forming a knee, then a torso, then a head. The shadow pulled itself free from the wood and stood up in the middle of the hallway. It was two-dimensional, a silhouette cut from the darkness, but it had presence. It blocked the view of the far end of the hall. Then another shadow detached from room 308, and another from 310. They stood in the hallway, silent, faceless, turning their flat heads toward me. I froze. I remembered the matron's rule, do not speak to them. The shadow from room 304 began to glide toward me. It didn't walk. It slid across the floor like an oil slick. I scrambled backward, knocking over the coffee thermos. The brown liquid splashed onto the rug. The shadow paused at the spill. It crouched down. I watched in horror as it dipped a shadowy hand into the coffee. It brought the hand to where a mouth should be. It made a sound, a slurping, sucking sound. Then it spoke. "Bitter," the shadow whispered. The voice didn't come from the shadow itself. It came from the walls, vibrating the wood paneling. "We prefer sweet. We prefer vital." "What are you?" I whispered. "We are the guests," the shadow said. "The shells in the beds. They are just the heavy coats we wear during the day. The day is so bright. It burns. But the night is ours." It stood up and started moving toward me again. I ran. I grabbed the keys and sprinted for the stairwell. I shoved the brass key into the lock. It wouldn't turn. "Wrong key," the shadow whispered. It was right behind me now. I could feel the cold radiating off it. I fumbled with the ring. I tried the silver key. It didn't fit. The shadow's hand reached out. It touched my shoulder. It didn't feel like a hand, it felt like vacuum. It felt like the space where my shoulder existed was suddenly being deleted. Numbness spread down my arm instantly. I screamed and dropped the keys. "The black key," the shadow hissed. "Go down. The matron is waiting." I kicked the keys away and threw my shoulder against the door. It was solid oak. It didn't budge. The shadows were circling me now. 6 of them. They were featureless, but I could feel their hunger. "Why me?" I yelled. "Why am I here?" "The matron needs a new coat," the shadow of Captain Miller said. "Hers is wearing thin. Look." The shadow pointed to the nurse's station. I looked. Standing there was Matron Halloway. But she wasn't wearing her skin correctly. Her face was sagging, drooping off the bone like melting wax. One eye had slid down to her cheek. Her jaw was hanging loose. Underneath the sliding skin, I saw something dark and shifting, something made of smoke and teeth. "Shift change," the matron's voice gurgled. I looked at the window at the end of the hall. It was a straight drop to the jagged rocks of the valley below. But it was better than this. I ran. I dodged through the circle of shadows. They swiped at me, their touches sending bolts of freezing numbness through my body. My left leg went dead, but I kept hopping. I threw myself at the window. I expected the glass to shatter. It didn't. I bounced off. The glass was soft. It felt like rubber. It bent outward, catching me like a net, and then snapped back, throwing me onto the rug. I looked up at the window. The glass rippled. It wasn't glass. It was a membrane. A clear biological film stretched over the frame. The house wasn't a house. I looked at the walls. The wood paneling was pulsing, breathing. The geometric pattern on the rug was writhing, shifting like snakes. "You are inside," the matron gurgled, shambling toward me. She reached up and grabbed her own hair. She pulled. With a wet, tearing sound, she peeled her face off. Underneath, there was no skull, just a swirling vortex of black shadow. "We are all inside," she said. I crawled backward. My hand hit the keys I had dropped. The black key, the one she said never to use, the basement. If the stairwell door wouldn't open, maybe the supply closet would. No, that was a dead end. I looked at the floor. In the center of the rug, there was a hatch. I hadn't seen it before because the rug covered it, but the rug had pulled back, revealing a handle. It had a black keyhole. The shadows were closing in. The matron was looming over me, the darkness inside her reaching out like tendrils. I jammed the black key into the floor hatch. It turned with a fluid, organic click. I pulled the hatch open. I expected a ladder. I expected stairs. I saw a throat, a fleshy, red, pulsating tunnel going straight down into the dark. The walls of the tunnel were lined with teeth, rows and rows of molars the size of cinder blocks. "The basement," the matron whispered. "The stomach." I looked at the shadows. I looked at the teeth. "Jump," the shadows whispered. "Join the digestion. Become a coat." I didn't jump. I scrambled. I rolled to the side just as the matron lunged. She fell into the hole. She didn't scream. She laughed, a hollow, echoing laugh as she tumbled down into the gullet of the house. The house screamed. The walls shook. The floor buckled. The residents in the rooms began to wail, a high, piercing shriek that shattered the light bulbs. The shadows flickered and vanished. The illusion was breaking. I stood up on my numb leg. The stairwell door had swung open. The lock had shattered. I ran. I tumbled down the stairs, tripping, falling, breaking my nose on the banister. I didn't stop. I ran past the second floor, past the first floor. The foyer was changing. The wallpaper was peeling back to reveal raw muscle. The front door was teeth. I grabbed a heavy iron coat rack from the corner and smashed it into the front window. This glass was real. It shattered. I dove through the jagged hole, cutting my arms and face, and landed in the gravel driveway. I scrambled to my car. It started on the first try. I drove. I didn't look back. I drove down the mountain at 80 miles an hour, risking death on every curve. I didn't stop until I reached the next state. That was a week ago. I'm in a motel now. I keep the lights on. I keep the TV on. But I can't escape it. I looked in the mirror this morning. There is a loose patch of skin on my cheek. Just a small spot. But when I touch it, I can't feel it. And underneath, I can feel something moving. I think the matron was right. I think I let the heat out. And now, I'm getting cold. I just heard a car pull up outside the motel room. It sounds like an old engine. And now, there is a knock at the door. 3 slow, heavy knocks. Thump, thump, thump. And a voice. "You forgot your paycheck, Mr. Evans." It's the matron's voice. And then the sound of a key sliding into the lock. A black key. I'm going to the window. I'm going to run. But the window, the glass looks soft. It looks like it's breathing. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The dead frequency of station K109. I am writing this on a typewriter because I can no longer trust anything with a screen. If you see a digital clock flicker, if your phone buzzes but no one is calling, if the radio in your car turns on by itself, run. Do not investigate. Do not try to tune it in. Just run until you find silence. My name is Elias. I was a radio enthusiast, a ham operator, the kind of guy who spent his weekends building antennas in his backyard and listening to static from across the ocean. I love the noise. I love the idea that the air around us is filled with invisible voices just waiting to be caught. I found the job on a forum for vintage electronics. A user named Signal Master posted a request for a caretaker for an old AM radio station in the Mojave Desert. Station K109, night shift engineer, maintain transmitter, log signal strength, 3,000 month, cache, isolation required. It was perfect for me. I needed the money and I wanted to get away from the city, from the noise of modern life. I drove out to the coordinates. It was miles from civilization, a small concrete building at the base of a massive rusted radio tower that stretched hundreds of feet into the desert sky. The tower hummed. You could feel it in your teeth when you got close. The previous engineer was waiting for me. He was a thin, twitchy man named Ornate. He had dark circles under his eyes and chewed his fingernails until they bled. "It's automated," Ornate said, shoving a ring of keys into my hand. "The playlist is on a loop. Old jazz, big band, stuff nobody listens to. Your job is to keep the transmitter cool. Check the gauges. If the needle goes into the red, flip the breaker. That's it." "Why do you need a person here if it's automated?" I asked. Ornate looked at the tower. "Because sometimes it drifts. The signal drifts. You have to bring it back." "Drifts to where?" He didn't answer. He got in his truck and sped off, leaving a cloud of dust that hung in the still air. I settled in. The station was a time capsule. Reel-to-reel tape decks, vacuum tube amplifiers, a smell of ozone and old dust. The only modern thing was a small mini-fridge in the corner. The first week was peaceful. I sat in the control booth, watching the VU meters bounce to the rhythm of Duke Ellington and Benny Goodman. I read books, I drank coffee, I watched the sun set over the dunes. But on the 8th night, the drift started. It was 2:00 a.m. The station was playing a slow, mournful trumpet solo. Suddenly, the music warped. It slowed down, the pitch dropping until it sounded like a dying cow. Woo! Then static, white noise that sounded like screaming. I looked at the frequency dial. It had moved. We were supposed to be at 1090 a.m. The needle was drifting down 1080, 1070, 1060. I grabbed the manual tuning knob. It was hot to the touch. I tried to turn it back, but it fought me. It felt like someone was holding it from the other side. "Come on," I grunted, twisting hard. The static cleared, but it wasn't jazz. A voice cut through the speakers, a voice that sounded wet, gargled, like someone speaking with a throat full of water. "Is anyone listening?" I froze. This was a broadcast frequency. It shouldn't be picking up two-way traffic. I grabbed the microphone. "This is station K109. You are interrupting a broadcast. Identify yourself." Silence. Then a laugh, a dry, crackling laugh. "Elias, you have pretty eyes." I dropped the mic. It hit the desk with a thud. How did they know my name? I hadn't told anyone I was here except the forum user, and I used a pseudonym online. I wrestled the tuning knob back to 1090. The jazz returned, upbeat and cheerful, mocking my fear. I checked the transmitter logs. There was no record of the interruption. According to the machine, the jazz had been playing the whole time. I told myself it was interference. A trucker with a powerful CB radio messing with me. The next night, it got worse. I was doing my rounds, checking the massive cooling fans in the transmitter room. The hum of the tower was louder tonight. It felt heavy, pressing on my chest. As I walked past the main capacitor bank, I heard tapping. Tap, tap, tap. It was coming from inside the metal casing of the transmitter. I stopped. "Hello?" Tap, tap, tap. It was rhythmic, intelligent. I put my ear against the warm metal. "Let us out," a chorus of whispers said. It sounded like hundreds of people whispering in unison. "It burns! The wire burns!" I jumped back. Then the lights in the room flickered and died. The only light came from the glowing orange vacuum tubes inside the transmitter. In that dim orange light, I saw shadows moving, not on the walls, inside the tubes. The vacuum tubes were glass cylinders the size of milk jugs. Inside, filaments glowed to amplify the signal. But inside tube 4, something was crawling. A black, shadowy shape, pressing its hands against the glass from the inside. It had a face of pure anguish, mouth open in a silent scream. I ran back to the control booth and locked the door. I grabbed the station phone to call the owner. "Signal, master." The line was dead. No dial tone, just the sound of wind. Then the wind stopped, and a voice spoke. "Don't leave, Elias. The broadcast is just starting." I slammed the phone down. I sat in the chair, staring at the glass window that looked out into the desert. It was pitch black outside. Then the on-air light turned on. I hadn't touched the console. The music stopped. A voice came over the studio monitors. It was my voice. "Welcome back to the midnight hour," the voice said. "Tonight, we have a special request for Elias, a song from the other side." Then a sound began to play. It wasn't music. It was the sound of digging. Shovels hitting dirt, crunch, scrape. Then the sound of wood splintering. A coffin lid breaking. Then heavy breathing. I covered my ears. Stop it! Stop it! I reached for the master brake to kill the power. My hand stopped inches from the switch. Pain, white-hot pain, shot through my arm. I looked down. My veins. The veins in my arm were glowing orange, like the vacuum tubes. I could feel the electricity surging through me. I was becoming part of the circuit. "Do not cut the signal," my own voice said through the speakers. "We need the carrier wave. We need to travel." I fell to the floor, convulsing. The pain was unbearable. I could feel voices in my head, memories that weren't mine. I remembered dying in a fire. I remembered drowning in a lake. I remembered being buried alive. They were the voices of the dead, and they were using the radio tower as a bridge. I blacked out. I woke up the next morning on the floor. The sun was shining. The jazz was playing. My arm was burned, a Lichtenberg figure scar tracing down my skin like a lightning strike. I packed my bag. I was leaving. I didn't care about the money. I walked to my car. It wouldn't start. The battery was dead, completely drained. I checked my phone. Dead. I was stranded. I walked back to the station. I had to fix the car or find a radio to call for help. I went to the workshop in the back. I found a spare battery. As I was carrying it to the car, I looked up at the tower. There was something climbing it. A man. He was halfway up, clinging to the metal struts. "Hey!" I yelled. "Get down! It's dangerous!" He stopped. He turned his head 180 degrees like an owl. It was ornate, the previous engineer, but his eyes were gone, burned out sockets, and his mouth was sewn shut with copper wire. He let go of the tower. He fell hundreds of feet. I watched him hit the ground. Thud. I ran over to him. His body shattered on impact, but there was no blood. He was hollow. His skin was just a shell. Inside, he was filled with old radio parts, transistors, wires, capacitors. He was a machine made of meat and junk. And he was still moving. His broken hand reached up and grabbed my ankle. A voice came from his chest, sounding like a broken speaker. "You are the new component. You must maintain the signal." I kicked him off and ran. I ran into the desert. I didn't know where I was going. I just ran away from the tower. I walked for hours. The sun beat down on me. I was dehydrated, delirious. I saw a house in the distance, a small shack. I ran to it. "Help, please!" I burst through the door. It was the control room. I was back at the station. I had walked in a circle. No, I had walked straight. The space around the tower was warped. It was a loop. I collapsed in the chair. The sun went down. The on-air light turned on. "Welcome back, Elias," the voice said. "Tonight, we are going to open the channel wide." The frequency dial began to spin on its own. Fast. A blur. The hum of the tower grew to a deafening roar. The glass of the control booth window shattered. Outside, in the desert, the sand began to vibrate. Shadows rose from the dunes. Thousands of them. The ghosts of the airwaves. They floated toward the station. I knew what they wanted. They wanted a body. They wanted my body. I looked at the console. I couldn't turn it off. They controlled the power. But I saw the microphone cable. It was an XLR cable, thick and shielded. If I couldn't stop the signal, I had to stop the receiver. I grabbed the cable. I wrapped it around the main output transformer. I grounded the positive lead to the negative. A short circuit. I pulled tight. Boom! The console exploded. Sparks showered the room. Fire erupted from the tape decks. The screaming from the speakers turned into a high-pitched shriek of agony. "No!" The tower outside groaned. Metal twisted. I ran out the back door as the building caught fire. The tower was glowing red hot. The metal was melting. It collapsed. It fell in slow motion, crashing into the dunes with the force of a meteor. The silence that followed was the loudest thing I have ever heard. I walked again. This time, the loop was broken. I found a highway by morning. I hitched a ride to the nearest town. I thought I was free, but I am not. I am writing this in a library. The person next to me is listening to music on headphones. I can hear it. Not the music. I can hear the static underneath the music. And in the static, I hear my name, Elias. We are still broadcasting. And my arm, the scar on my arm, is glowing, faintly, orange. I am a receiver now. I can't be around people. If I touch someone, they hear it too. They start to scream. They start to remember deaths they haven't died yet. I am going to the mountains, to a cave, somewhere deep underground where radio waves can't reach. If you hear a song on the radio that slows down, if you hear a voice that sounds like wet gravel, change the station, change it fast, before it changes you. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I answered a late-night room rental ad that I still can't forget. I wasn't looking for something permanent. That's important. If I had been trying to settle, I might have been more careful. But I only needed a place for a month, maybe 2. Somewhere cheap, somewhere quiet, somewhere I could sleep. I had just started a night shift job at a warehouse on the edge of the city. The pay was decent, but the hours were brutal, and most landlords didn't like the idea of someone coming and going at odd times. Hotels were too expensive, friends' couches were already worn thin, so I searched online, scrolling through local listings at 3 a.m, eyes dry, brain half off. That's when I saw the post. No photos, no description really. Room for rent, private, quiet house, close to transit, cheap, call only. It had been reposted several times over the past few weeks. No comments, no replies underneath. That should have bothered me more than it did. I called. The man answered after the second ring. His voice was calm, steady, and oddly awake for the hour. "Yes," he said before I could speak. "The room is still available." We set a time for me to come by later that day. He gave me the address. Before hanging up, he said something that stuck with me. "I don't usually rent to night workers," he said, "but you might be a good fit." I didn't ask what he meant. The house was in an older part of the city, one of those neighborhoods that used to be nice and then got forgotten instead of ruined. Tall trees, narrow streets, homes built close together, each one slightly different, like they were designed by memory instead of plans. The house itself was tall and narrow, with dark siding and a porch that leaned just a little to the left. Nothing was broken. Nothing was boarded up. It just felt off, like it was holding its breath. The man opened the door before I knocked. Up close, he looked older than I expected. Late 60s, maybe early 70s. Gray hair combed neatly back, clean clothes, no smell of smoke or alcohol. His eyes were alert, but tired. "You're right on time," he said. Inside the house was very quiet. Not peaceful quiet, empty quiet. Like sound. Didn't like being there. No TV noise, no radio, no hum of appliances. Even the refrigerator didn't make a sound. I became very aware of my own breathing. He showed me the room upstairs, small but clean. A bed, a dresser, a desk, a single window facing the side yard. The lock on the door worked, which made me feel better. The price was lower than anything else I'd seen. "Any rules?" I asked. He hesitated. Yes, he said. Please don't leave your room between midnight and 4 a.m. And if you hear anything unusual, ignore it. I smiled, thinking he was trying to scare me. He didn't smile back. I moved in that night. The first few days were normal enough. I worked, came home, slept during the day. The house stayed quiet, too quiet. I never heard the owner move around. I never heard him cook, shower, or watch TV. Sometimes I wondered if he left at all. On the fourth night, I came home early. My shift ended sooner than usual, and I arrived around 11:30 p.m. The house was dark. I unlocked the front door and stepped inside. As soon as I closed it behind me, I felt it. That feeling you get when you realize you're not alone. I stood still, listening. From upstairs came a faint sound. Slow footsteps, bare feet, moving carefully like whoever it was didn't want to be heard. I assumed it was the owner and started up the stairs. Halfway up, the footsteps stopped. Then they turned around. They came toward the stairs. I froze. A shape appeared at the top step, tall, thin, just a shadow against the darker hallway behind it. "Hello?" I said. The shape didn't move. Then slowly it stepped back out of sight. I waited a full minute before going up the rest of the way. The hallway was empty. All the doors were closed. I didn't sleep much that night. After that, things started to change. I began hearing sounds during the day, light tapping from inside the walls, soft dragging noises above the ceiling. Once, I heard what sounded like someone quietly crying from the room next to mine, even though I knew for a fact no one lived there. I asked the owner about it. He looked at me for a long moment, then said, "The house settles." I asked him if anyone else stayed there before me. "Yes," he said. "Where are they now?" "Not here," he replied. That was the end of the conversation. The first really bad night happened a week later. I woke up at 2:14 a.m. to the sound of someone whispering my name. Not shouting, not calling, whispering right outside my door. I lay completely still, heart pounding, staring at the dark shape of the door. The whisper came again, slower this time, like whoever was saying it was tasting. The sound, my name. Then a soft knock, one knock, then another. I held my breath. The handle turned slightly, stopped, then turned back. Footsteps moved away down the hall. In the morning, I found scratches on the outside of my door, long, thin marks, like fingernails dragged down the wood. I didn't tell the owner. Sleep became difficult. When I did sleep, I dreamed of the house, hallways that stretched to toggle, doors that opened into rooms that didn't exist, people standing in corners facing the walls, whispering to themselves. One night, I woke up standing in the hallway. I don't remember getting out of bed. I was barefoot, facing the stairs, my body stiff like it didn't belong to me. From downstairs came a low sound like slow breathing, but deeper than a person's. I went back to my room and locked the door. The next morning, the lock was open. I started counting the footsteps. There were always more than one set, sometimes two, sometimes three. Once, I counted at least 6, moving in different directions, stopping and starting like they were confused or arguing silently. They never went downstairs between midnight and 4. They only stayed on my floor. One night, I heard them go into the empty room at the end of the hall. I heard the door open. I heard something heavy dragged across the floor. Then I heard crying. It sounded close, familiar. It sounded like me. I decided to leave. I packed my bags at noon and planned to go straight to a motel after my shift. I just needed one more night. That night, the house felt different, heavier. The air was warm and smelled faintly metallic, like blood. At exactly midnight, the footsteps started all at once, running, doors opening and closing, whispering turning into low, urgent murmurs. My doorknob shook violently. Something hit the door hard enough to make the frame crack. I screamed for the owner. The noise stopped instantly. The hallway went silent. I opened the door. At the end of the hall, the owner stood at the top of the stairs. "They know you're leaving," he said calmly. I asked him what they were. He sighed, like someone tired of explaining the same thing over and over. "This house attracts people who don't want to be alone," he said. "Sometimes they stay longer than their bodies do." I asked him why he rented rooms here. He looked at me with something close to pity. "Someone has to feed the house," he said. The lights went out. Hands grabbed me from behind, cold hands. Too many fingers. I don't remember how I got out. I woke up in my car, parked 3 blocks away, my bags in the back seat. My phone said it was 4:07 a.m. I never went back. I still hear footsteps at night. Not every night, just when I'm alone. They stop outside my bedroom door and wait. And sometimes, just before I fall asleep, I hear the owner's voice in my head, calm and steady. "You were a good fit." And I know the house is still hungry. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I accepted a winter caretaker position at a geothermal research station in Greenland. The heat keeps rising, but the snow never melts. The job market for theoretical geologists with a revoked tenure and a history of public breakdowns is, as you might expect, incredibly thin. I wasn't looking for redemption when I found a listing on a specialized server for industrial contractors. I was looking for a hole to crawl into, somewhere the noise of the world couldn't reach me, where I could pay off my legal fees and drink cheap whiskey until my liver gave out. The listing was for a site monitor at the Helios geothermal station. Location: Northeast Greenland National Park, roughly 300 miles from the nearest permanent settlement. Duration: 6 months of polar night. Pay: an absurd sum deposited weekly into an offshore account. The interview was conducted over a satellite phone that crackled like a Geiger counter. The man on the other end, a Dr. Vorgan, didn't ask about my academic scandal. He didn't ask about the incident at the university. He only asked about my aptitude for solitude. "The station is automated, Mr. Thorne," Vorgan said, his voice tinny and distant. "The drilling phase concluded 3 years ago. We are currently in the harvest phase. The turbines run themselves. The data uploads itself. We need a human presence solely for manual override in case of catastrophic containment failure. You are essentially a fleshy insurance policy." "Containment failure?" I asked, looking at the half-empty bottle of scotch on my desk. "I thought this was a geothermal plant, steam and turbines. What are we containing?" There was a pause on the line, a pause that lasted just a few seconds too long. "Pressure, Mr. Thorne," Vorgan said finally. "We are tapping into a pocket of the mantle that is volatile, high pressure, high toxicity. If the seals blow, we need someone to manually engage the lockdown clamps before the valley is flooded with superheated gas. Can you handle a wrench and a checklist?" "I can handle a wrench," I said. 2 weeks later, I was standing on the deck of a heavy-duty icebreaker, watching the coast of Greenland rise out of the gray Atlantic like the spine of a dead leviathan. The air was so cold it felt like swallowing glass. The sky was a bruising purple, the sun already dipping below the horizon for the long winter sleep. We docked at a supply outpost, and from there a helicopter took me inland. We flew over endless sheets of white, broken only by the jagged black teeth of mountains. It was beautiful in the way a tomb is beautiful, pristine, silent, and utterly hostile to life. Helios 4 sat in a crater-like valley surrounded by glacial walls. It didn't look like a power plant. It looked like a bunker. It was a squat hexagonal structure made of reinforced concrete and dark steel, half buried in the permafrost. A massive array of steam vents pointed toward the sky, but oddly, there was no steam, no plumes of white vapor, just the shimmer and heat haze distorting the air above the vents. The pilot didn't shut off the rotors. He didn't help me with my bags. He just hovered a few feet off the helipad, waited for me to jump out, and then banked hard, disappearing into the gathering dark before I even reached the airlock. I was alone. The interior of the station was surprisingly modern. It was all brushed steel, LED strips, and hermetic seals. It hummed with a low, thrumming vibration that I felt in my teeth. The air was recycled, smelling of ozone and coffee grounds. My living quarters were on level 1, the surface level. The control room was on level 2. The engineering deck was on level 3. And below that, accessible only by a freight elevator with a retinal scanner, was the shaft. That was where the drill went down. Down through the crust, down through the rock, tapping into whatever heat source Vorgan had found. The first month was exactly what I wanted. It was boring. My routine was simple. Wake up at 0600, though morning was a theoretical concept in the pitch black of polar winter. Check the pressure gauges in the control room, log the turbine output, eat a freeze-dried meal, read, sleep. The station was warm. Too warm, actually. I walked around in a t-shirt and sweatpants. The thermostat was set to 68 degrees, but the ambient temperature hovered around 75. I tried to lower it, but the system overrode my commands. Exterior temp, 40F. Interior temp, 75F. System optimal. I spent my free time exploring the digital archives of the station. I wanted to know what we were sitting on. Most of the files were encrypted, but I found the initial geological surveys. They didn't make sense. The surveys showed a massive heat anomaly. That was normal, but the shape of the anomaly wasn't a pocket or a vein. It was a sphere, a perfect thermal sphere located 3 miles beneath the ice. Magma doesn't form perfect spheres. It flows, it follows fissures. This looked like an object, a massive, hot object buried in the earth. I brushed it off. Sensor error, glitch in the mapping software. The trouble started on day 42. I was in the galley making coffee when I heard a sound coming from the ventilation duct above the stove. It sounded like singing, not music, not a radio. It was a human voice, female, humming a melody that was disjointed, rising and falling in quatertones that made my skin crawl. It was faint, echoing through the metal ducts like it was traveling a great distance. I froze, the coffee pot hovering over my mug. "Hello?" I called out. The humming stopped instantly. I waited. Silence. Just the omnipresent thrum, thrum, thrum of the station's heartbeat. I grabbed my radio. "Base, this is Thorne. Do we have any maintenance crews in the sector? Over." Static. The satellite link was down. It went down often due to the magnetic interference from the aurora borealis. But the timing felt wrong. I spent the next hour searching level 1 and level 2. I checked every closet, every crawl space, nothing, just me and the hum. I convinced myself it was the wind. The wind in Greenland can sound like anything. Screaming trains, crying babies, humming women. It plays tricks on the mind when you haven't spoken to another soul in 6 weeks. But the next night, the heat went up. I woke up sweating. My sheets were soaked. The air in my cabin was thick and heavy. I looked at the digital thermometer on the wall, 82 degrees Fahrenheit. I groaned and kicked off the blankets. I walked to the control room to check the HVAC system. The readout on the main console was flashing red. Warning, thermal spike in Sector 4. Sector 4 was the drill shaft. I sat in the command chair and pulled up the telemetry. The temperature at the bottom of the shaft at the injection point had jumped by 400 degrees in the last hour. That shouldn't happen. Geothermal energy is constant. It doesn't spike unless there's an eruption. I initiated the coolant flush. Gallons of liquid nitrogen were pumped down the sleeve of the drill to regulate the temperature. I watched the numbers. They didn't drop. They kept climbing. Injection point temp, 1200 F, a 1300 F, 1400 F. And then the audio sensors at the bottom of the shaft triggered. The system was designed to listen for rock fractures, the sound of the earth cracking under pressure. But the audio file that popped up on my screen wasn't the sound of cracking rock. It was a rhythmic thumping. Boom, 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 boom. It was slow, massive. It sounded like a heartbeat. I stared at the screen, sweat dripping down my nose onto the keyboard. "What are we drilling into?" I whispered. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the control room watching the numbers climb, listening to that impossible heartbeat thudding through the speakers. Around 400 hours, the temperature stabilized at 1500 degrees. The heartbeat stopped. I decided I needed to go down there. The rules Vorgan gave me were clear. Manual override only in case of catastrophic failure. Well, a heartbeat in the Earth's crust felt pretty catastrophic to me. I took the freight elevator down. Level 3, engineering. The air here was stifling. It smelled of sulfur and something else, something sweet, like rotting fruit. I walked to the heavy blast doors that led to the maintenance catwalk of the shaft. I swiped my key card. The light turned green. The hydraulic locks disengaged with a hiss. I pulled the heavy steel door open. The heat hit me like a physical blow. It was suffocating. I stepped onto the catwalk. It was a metal grate suspended over a black abyss. In the center of the abyss was the drill. It was a massive column of titanium and reinforced steel descending into the dark. It vibrated violently. I walked to the edge of the railing and shone my high-powered flashlight down. The beam cut through the steam and the dark, illuminating the sheer rock walls of the shaft. But the walls weren't rock anymore. About 50 feet down, the gray granite gave way to something else. It was pink. It looked like tissue, like muscle fiber. The walls of the shaft were pulsing. I rubbed my eyes. "Nitrogen narcosis," I muttered. "Oxygen deprivation. Heat stroke." I scrambled back to the door, sealed it, and ran back to the elevator. I went straight to the med bay on level 1. I hooked myself up to the vitals monitor. Oxygen saturation, 98%. Heart rate, 120. No toxins in the blood. I wasn't hallucinating. I went back to the control room. I needed to find the logs from the previous caretaker. Vorgan Hadn't mentioned a previous caretaker, but there's always a previous guy. I dug into the system root directory, I bypassed the standard user interface and went into the raw data logs. I found a folder labeled User Archives MSM. I opened the last text file, dated 3 months before my arrival. August 14th, it's awake. I don't know how, but the drilling woke it up. Forgan knows. He has to know. The heat isn't geothermal, it's metabolic. We aren't drawing power from the mantle, we're siphoning body heat. We are a tick on the back of a god. I scrolled down. August 20th. It's talking to me. It uses the pipes. It vibrates the metal to form words. It wants me to open the seals. It says it's cold. It says it's been sleeping in the ice for 1,000,000 years and it wants to stretch. August 25th. I'm going to open the seals. Not the main clamp, just the auxiliary vents. Just to give it some air. It promised to show me what's beneath the skin. It promised to show me the history of the world. The log ended there. I sat back, the leather chair creaking. SM had opened the vents, and then SM had disappeared, and now I was the tick. The lights in the control room flickered. The hum of the station changed pitch. It went from a mechanical drone to a wet, gurgling sound. The intercom system clicked on. Mr. Thorne. The voice wasn't Forgan. It wasn't the singing woman. It was my own voice. But it was distorted, layered over itself. Mr. Thorne, the ambient temperature is insufficient. Please adjust. I grabbed the radio handset on the console. Who is this? Is this Vorgan? Vorgan is irrelevant, the voice said, using my own intonation, my own pauses. We are the Helios. We are the vessel. The heat is rising, Mr. Thorne. Why do you resist the thaw? I'm shutting it down, I said. I'm engaging the emergency lockdown. That would be unwise. The pressure must be released. If you clamp the vein, the heart will burst. And if the heart bursts, the mountain falls. I slammed my hand onto the emergency lockdown button, a big red mushroom cap under a plastic guard. Sirens wailed. Red strobe lights began to flash. Lockdown initiated. Blast doors sealing. Ventilation closing. The voice on the intercom laughed. It was a terrible sound. It sounded like boulders grinding together. You cannot lock out the house, little flea. You are inside the house. The floor of the control room buckled. A crack appeared in the reinforced concrete. Steam, pink, sweet-smelling steam, hissed out of the fissure. I ran. I needed to get to the surface. I needed to get to the snowcat vehicle in the garage on level 1. I sprinted for the stairs, bypassing the elevator. I didn't trust the electronics anymore. The stairwell was sweltering. It was at least 100 degrees now. The metal railing was hot to the touch. As I climbed, I saw the walls changing. The brushed steel panels were blistering. The paint was bubbling, peeling back to reveal not concrete, not insulation. Veins, thick blue and purple veins pulsing beneath the surface of the walls. The station itself was becoming biological. The organism beneath us wasn't just under the station, it was infecting the station. It was growing into the structure. I reached level 1. The hallway to the garage was a nightmare. The floor was soft. My boots sank into it like walking on a sponge. The air was thick with that sweet, rotting smell. I saw movement in the kitchen. I stopped. Standing by the stove was a figure. It was a man. He was wearing a jumpsuit with the name tag S. Miller. Miller? I gasped. He turned around. His face was gone. Where his eyes and nose and mouth should have been, there was just smooth, pink flesh, like a thumb. But his chest was split open. Ribs were cracked outward like a cage, and inside his chest cavity, nestled where his lung should be, was a drill bit, a small rotating piece of metal that spun lazily, grinding against his spine. He raised a hand. He pointed at the garage. "Run!" a voice spoke. It didn't come from him. It came from the vent above his head. "Run, little flea. It likes the chase." I didn't need telling twice. I bolted for the garage door. It was sealed. The lockdown I had initiated had locked me in. "Damn it!" I screamed, pounding on the control panel. I needed the manual release crank. It was in the supply closet down the hall. I turned back. The thing that used to be Miller was walking toward me. It shuffled, its feet dragging through the spongy floor. I ran past it, dodging its grasp of hands. I made it to the supply closet. I grabbed the heavy iron crank. When I turned around, Miller blocked the doorway. He lunged. I swung the crank. It hit him in the head with a wet thud. He didn't fall. The impact just dented the smooth flesh of his face. He grabbed me. His hands were boiling hot. They burned through my clothes. "Let go!" I screamed. I kicked him in the knee. His leg snapped backward with a sickening crunch, bending the wrong way. He fell. I ran back to the garage door. I jammed the crank into the socket, turned. The gears ground together. The heavy door began to lift inch by agonizing inch. Cold air rushed in. Beautiful, freezing, sub-zero air. The snow rushed in with it, swirling across the garage floor. I dropped to my stomach and crawled under the door before it was fully open. I scrambled out onto the ice. The wind hit me, instantly freezing the sweat on my skin. I gasped, the cold burning my lungs. I looked back at the station. It was glowing. The entire hexagonal structure was pulsating with a dull red light. The concrete walls were undulating, and the steam vents, they weren't venting steam, they were venting spores. Massive clouds of red, glittery dust were shooting into the sky, being caught by the Arctic wind and carried south. I ran to the snowcat. It was parked outside, coated in ice. I prayed the engine block heater had worked. I fumbled with the keys, my fingers numb. I jumped in. I turned the key. The engine coughed, sputtered, and roared to life. I threw it into gear and floored it. The tracks dug into the snow, and the vehicle lurched forward. I drove blindly into the polar night. Guided only by the GPS, I didn't stop for 6 hours. I didn't stop until the fuel gauge was on empty, and I saw the lights of the Coast Guard outpost in the distance. I crashed the snowcat into the perimeter fence. I stumbled out, waving my arms, screaming, until the guards came out and tackled me. They put me in quarantine. They thought I had hypothermia. They thought I had cabin fever psychosis. I tried to tell them about the heartbeat, about Miller, about the spores. They sedated me. When I woke up, Vorgan was there. He was standing at the foot of my hospital bed. He was wearing a pristine suit. "You breached a contract, Mr. Thorne," he said calmly. "It's alive," I croaked. "The station, it's growing." "We know," Vorgan said. "Biomass conversion. It's a fascinating energy source, infinite renewal. We just had to integrate it." Miller was a prototype. You were the control group. You performed admirably. The lockdown actually accelerated the fusion process. The pressure spike forced the organism to bond with the architecture to survive. "You're insane. It's releasing spores. It's going to spread." Vorgan smiled. Expansion is the nature of life, Mr. Thorne. He checked his watch. You're free to go. We've wired the money. Your NDA is still in effect. If you speak to the press, we will release your medical records, the ones detailing your previous breakdown. No one will believe you. He left. I took the money. I left Greenland. I live in Arizona now. The desert, it's dry here. The ground is hard and dead. But I watch the weather reports. There's a new strain of fungal infection spreading in Northern Europe. They say it's mild. They say it causes a fever, a slight increase in body temperature. But I saw a photo online yesterday, a photo of a man in a hospital in Oslo. His skin looked smooth, pink, and the caption said he kept complaining about a sound, a humming sound. I have a basement. Here. I went down there yesterday to check the fuse box. I put my hand on the concrete wall. It was warm. And for a second, just a second, I thought I felt a pulse. I think Vorgan was wrong. He didn't integrate the organism. He just gave it a door. And now, the house is everywhere. I'm going to go buy a drill, a big one. If the walls are going to breathe, I want to hear them scream.